Pleased to see you.
New critical hits boost. Marto_Varna just boosted Mass Effect.
Oh, it's you! Hi!
Greetings, sire.
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last.
But now I know that I must go back to the mansion.
Hello everyone, welcome. Happy Saturday. It's great to see you all. Welcome XCOM, Paratwise, Marto, and Trick Me. And any lurkers who might be, hiding somewhere. Which is perfectly fine. Good to see all of you. We are back to Eora. I think that's the name of the world, right? The name of the world is Eora. And by Eora, obviously I mean Pillars of Eternity, our critical hits game number 20. This is day 9. We are going full speed ahead. Well, actually, that's not true. We are going, I think, pretty slowly. Well, maybe not as slowly as it could be, because I might be...
There will be no more pain.
Kurgan. I always like hearing that sound effect. And which is great, because we keep rolling Kurgan for some reason. I might be somehow going through the game somewhat fast, possibly, without too much attention. But yeah, the pace is okay, and we are making progress. I think we are definitely past the 50% of the whole game as far as the total content goes. We have started the DLC yesterday, the first part of White March, and we managed to finish the first 2 maps with certain skips. So I'm going to talk about that for those who might have missed some or all of yesterday's stream. And other than that, we are ready to start Act 3 on the main quest as soon as we finish DLC. That's what I'm going to be doing, unless I do the remaining levels of Odnua, which I might. Because there are also 4 levels of Odnua left. So those are the 3 main things that we are about to do in the upcoming streams. The remaining White March Part 1 and remaining Act 2 and moving on to Act 3 in the main quest, and the remaining 4 levels of Odnua. I did another pass on many things yesterday with the quests and made sure those are the only things, and then we did the first 2 maps of White March DLC. Apart from the, what was it called? Dunham's Cannon? Duncan's Cannon? I forgot the name. Battery, not Cannon, Battery. Apart from that 3rd map, we did the first 2. We did most of the first 2 maps. We had to skip a specific encounter, which I'm going to talk about, and I had to Durgan's battery, yes, and I had to reload from another encounter. You know, not really not liking what happened to after it, what happened after the encounter. So I had to roll back to before the encounter. But I'm going to talk about those when I start the game. So, how is your Saturday? I hope you're having a fine, lazy weekend. Mr. Marta already said that he decided to do nothing today, which is always a great plan. And we have Trick Me lurking in the bed, which means she's also being lazy. I completely approve of these kinds of schedules. That's perfect. I'm happy for the community being so lazy today. I hope I can help you be more lazy by keeping you company and streaming. I hope you enjoy the stream today. Apart from my stream, there is a very cool stream going on today that I want to mention. That is our good friend and community member Banana Hammock Republic having his birthday / charity stream, a 12-hour stream. He's, I think, on the third hour or so, fourth hour right now, and already fulfilled his initial goal of $250 donations to the Be the Match Foundation, and has some very cool donation goals attached, usually to to torture himself with some spicy snacks like disgusting tasting candies and stuff. So definitely pay me a visit, and hopefully we will be raiding him also at the end of the stream, but I wanted to give him a shout out anyway right now. So yeah, pay me a visit for sure. His human disguise is impeccable. That is perfect. Yeah, he actually does not stream with a face cam usually, so this is a face reveal, but he also has a banana costume, which is amazing. Anyway, pay me a visit for sure, and at least say hi and happy birthday, and hopefully we can raid him at the end of the stream today. Despite being a banana, he looks almost like a human. That is true. Yeah. So yeah, there is that I wanted to talk about, and we have one boost by Marto, which is Mass Effect. Thank you for the boost, Marto. And I think it's time to go into the game now that I have spoken too much again. Let us go into the game so I can speak some more, telling you what happened yesterday and then after the stream. So I'm going to be reloading to a save that I made after playing a little bit of stream. So, but let's first talk about what happened yesterday for those who missed some of it. So, as I said, we are in the White March DLC territory. This is the Stalwart Village, and we have explored this area fully, and then we did Russet Wood, the side quests there, and we did Longwatch Falls, most of the side quests there, and Durgan's Battery we haven't visited yet. So what I skipped in Longwatch Falls, first of all, there is an encounter.
What good is a sword against sorcery?
Hey, Prince Robot. Nice one. Conan. Another Conan. That's very cool. How are you, Prince Robot? Good to see you. So there's an encounter, a interactive narrative kind of encounter there, which lets you, which in the end you get, at least in the way that I was able to do it, in the end you get a cursed two-handed sword attached to the hands of the person who solves the encounter. It is soulbound. It requires certain riddles to be solved to be improved. Like in soulbound item, it has some requirements, and the requirements is solving some riddles. However, I solved that encounter in the stream yesterday with my main character, which plays like a sniper, right? Mitral is a sniper, ranged character, always attacking from maximum distance. So a two-handed sword would break the character. It would be impossible to continue playing Mitral, and it would be impossible for me to continue playing the game, I felt. So I reloaded, not having started the encounter at all. So it's outstanding right now. It is remaining on the map. Maybe we will go back there at some point to get the sword and try to solve the riddles. It is on my mind, but definitely not now. And the second encounter that I skipped after trying once is the Alpine Dragon. I was told after being demolished within seconds, a total party kill that I could do nothing at, I was told that it is either the hardest or the second hardest encounter in the game. So I decided I would leave that for much later, possibly when I'm max level at 16, but certainly towards the end of the game. So that is also outstanding in this Longwatch Falls maps. 2 encounters that I haven't done, they are going to win. Who is the second hardest encounter? Hey Kazandar, welcome. Did you enter stream? I was just in your stream. You don't think it's the hardest? I don't know. Some members of the chat at the moment told me that it is either the hardest or the second hardest encounter. I'm talking about the Alpine Dragon in the Longwatch Falls, Kazandar. So,
How you doing? How you doing?
however easy or hard an encounter it might be, I got demolished within seconds, and I couldn't do anything. I wasn't prepared. I didn't know what was going to happen. So if I tried now, I wouldn't be demolished immediately, but I don't think I would still be able to win it at the current point with the way my characters are. I will probably need to make certain preparations for that fight, so we are going to do that certainly. I can promise that I will somehow beat that encounter before I finish the game, but I'm going to be postponing it till I'm strong.
New critical hits boost. Trick Me just boosted Legend of Grimrock. New critical hits boost. Trick Me just boosted Alpha Protocol. New critical hits
Grimrock.
boost. Trick Me just boosted Fable.
Here's Alpha Protocol. Here is Fable. Thank you so much for the boost, Trick. I appreciate it. You ended the stream. You were completely stuck and you ended up getting frustrated. Yeah, Dragon is the hardest opponent in the game. According to many, he's a bastard. Yeah, but I don't know. I cannot compare it to anything because it was definitely the hardest encounter that I have come across. By far. But yeah, they are going to wait and we are going to do Durgan's Battery. First and foremost, we are going to do this map, see where it leads us. I don't think the DLC is so short that once we do these little bits, it's going to be over. I think it's going to lead somewhere else from there. We are going to get access to the battery itself, and I don't know, but I feel like the battery is going to be a whole other place. So I think we got our work for today. I think that might be most of what we do today. Hey Geronimous, there are some fights left which in your opinion are even harder. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are other difficult fights. I'm trying to say that it is the most difficult that I have come across. So whatever we do, we are going to be starting with that. If we finish that in time, we are going to be probably either moving on to the remaining 4 levels of Odnua or finishing Act 2 and starting Act 3. True Dragon was hard, but you didn't have that much trouble with it. I don't know. I was caught off guard, I think. I wasn't really ready for what was going to happen. But it could also be that you knew your characters and your spells better and you went into the encounter better. I just gave one quick try, that's all. I haven't given it my best. So to be able to give it my best, I did some other forms of preparation yesterday. First of all, you will see that I have my consumables in inventory right now. I sold everything in the stash, as I usually do. I sold all the crap items, and then I took out all the consumables from the bags, and I put them either on my belts, on characters. You will see that I have some very cool potions in my belts now, whereas it was random from day 1 of stream. I hadn't been using potions at all, not having problems with the encounters mostly. So I got the potions now that I realized there are going to be encounters which give me a ton of trouble. So we have the good potions on the belts and we have other potions, remaining potions in the inventory, and then we have some cool scrolls also in the inventory. So we cannot use them during fights from the inventory. I tested it actually. I tested switching items. I tested switching potions to belts, into belts and out of belts, and none of that worked. So, I cannot do that during combat, switch what I need and put it on the belt and use it like you would in Baldur's Gate. In Baldur's Gate, it is extreme. You can switch items, take out someone's hat, give it to someone else, and then use it, etc. You can do none of that in this game. You have to go into the encounter with what you think is the best, and then try to make do. You cannot give potions away, or cannot. You basically have these. So I think there is a very good legit reason to have these final 2 slots unlocked on our characters. Possibly we could go for that at some point, but 4 is pretty good also, and I have most of the good potions here. Anyway, I also have some of the utility items here in the character's inventory. I set them apart to be able to see them easily, remember them better. For example, this reading flame thing gives you freeze damage reduction, and it would be pretty useful against the dragon, right? So if we go into the dragon fight again, I would consider putting this on someone. And other than that, I also switched around, I think, one item possibly. I think it's this one. This item we got from a Cadnoa timed quest yesterday. I think it was yesterday or Sunday. No, I think it was yesterday. Anyway, it was still in the back, in the chest there. I picked it up and I gave it to Aloth. And I think that is all I did. I didn't actually move around items. I gave this to Kana to keep in his 3rd weapon set because it has 2 arrest spells enabled. So you can switch weapons during the fight, which means I can switch to bitter cuts and cast those spells whenever necessary. That is why it is in the quick access now. And apart from that, I don't think there's anything left. Oh, I did one other thing. Fully sorted trash. Yes. And I drank a beverage in every bar in the Eastern Reach, except for the one that is in Twin Elms. I found the list. I'm not sure if it's a full and correct one, but I found one list and I followed that. There's going to be one more in Twin Elms, which I am guessing that we are going to access in Act 2, Chapter 3, not Act Chapter 2. So once we drink that, this should be unlocked also. I drank in the Gilded Whale. There are 3 in Defiance Bay, and there is 1 in Deerford Village. I think those are the 5. And then there is 1 in Twin. So I did what I could about this one. And that's all. I didn't do much. Nothing important, just some sorting around and maintenance as I usually. So yeah, that's it. By the way, for those who might have missed the final upgrade of War Club that we reached, it is growing to be an insane weapon. It now has 10% chance to cast Hobble on hits or crits, 10% chance to catch Beacon on hits or crits, and it's now exceptional with an extra 5 accuracy. And this is a passive ability causing weakens with 10% of every hit. It's already 10 over 20. And, it's going to be upgraded soon. I'm guessing it's going to be superb, and something else will pop up. So I am happy that I picked up this weapon for Adair. I might consider picking up the proficiency too. It's growing very strongly, and this cap also right now has +3 resolve, +3 dex, and +2 dex, and +2 constitution, immunity to confused and dazed. So these soulbound items are crazy. They are very good. Adair is growing to be a beast of a tank. Really withstanding a lot so far. Anyway, so those are the preparations and maintenance that I did, and I think we can now continue. So there are 2 things that I realized I missed and decided to do today. probably today, one we are definitely going to do today, and it's a dialogue with Iduran, the wagon merchant in Stalwart Village. Still using the larder door? Yes, I am. I am using the larder door. Isn't it cool? I haven't really found a better shield. Now, I have found this as a big shield, medium shield, but I haven't found the unique large shield. You know, it's not amazing, but at least it's exceptional. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a good shield, but I haven't found a better shield. I have found small shields that are great, like this one. Medium shields. And this is a small shield. I'd like to find a large shield so that I can move away from this. This doesn't really have anything special on it, but it's at least a large shield, and we can get it a spurt maybe. I don't know. Actually, now that I think about it, this doesn't have anything on it. It has bash, so it can make attacks, but that's not what you would want for Adair, my Adair at least. Anyway, that's fine. So I was saying, Iduran, the wagon merchant in Stalwart Village, has a dialogue option that we missed. I'm going to be doing that now, and then we have dialogues with all our companions, which is weird because I'm sure I talked to some of them. However, either I didn't, or some of them popped back up, or some of them got updated so we can talk again. I checked quickly, and all of them have options. And then we also have... Oh, I cannot show them to you now, but we also have 5 more companions in Cadnua. I am pretty sure they also have dialogue options. So we have 10 companions that we have to talk to. Honestly, I don't think I will start talking to them one by one and, you know, do 2 hours, 3 hours of dialogue on stream. Maybe not that long, but even an hour would maybe be too much if we do them all at once and one after another. But at some point we will talk to them. Maybe today with some of them. Companion dialogue stream today, probably not, but we might do some of them. For example, Adair and Alot's quests are complete, right? So we can start by talking to them at the very least. Kana's quest is complete. We can talk to Kana. We can get them done. What was Hiravius's quest? I don't remember. I am pretty sure he had a quest too, right? Does he not? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I did it. Regardless, I'm pretty sure Durance, Grieving Mother, Pelagina, probably the monk and the barbarian that we found here also have quests. I don't know about them because I haven't talked to them at all. I did not get them into party. They are just waiting. I talked about it. I don't think I have it in my log. Oh, I have to talk to Hiravius to get the quests? Possibly. So, you know what? Maybe sometime today we can talk to these 5 companions that we have with us and leave the other 5 companions for some time later. I think that would be a better plan. Okay, let's start with this. Would you happen to possess an old helm? An old helm? Or a horn that looks like it's supposed to be attached to a helm? Iduran opens a compartment in his wagon and pulls out a cracked horn partially wrapped in cloth. One of the villagers told me this during a previous visit, he scowls. He said it came from some rare lake creature and was quite valuable. It's been dismissed as junk whenever I've tried to resell it. Unless you know otherwise? Oh, we can lie about it. Yes, it's part of an artifact I'm trying to recover. We can be honest about it, or we can avoid the person. How much to take it off your hands? Well, let's be honest about it. Ah, so not another bad investment on my part then. 600 pounds is my price. Done. The world fades and... oh, this is interesting. So we found one piece of this helm yesterday. If you were in the stream, you might remember, and it gave us an interesting spirits touching interaction in which I chose what happened, and it was explained as the spirits not really remembering what happened. I think the game was subtly leaving it to me to decide in a very cool way, but it might be that I was just making guesses because it was worded like that also. But yeah, let's see if the trend continues right now. What was explained that maybe if I found all the pieces, I would be remembering the whole memory as it happened. But I feel like, I have a guess that whatever I choose now is going to influence the item. Like the way I choose how the character acted is going to be influencing the item is my guess and my hope. So I'm choosing all the brave options and stuff, but we'll see. The world fades and your vision blurs. When it returns, you find yourself in the icy waters of a bay, your body numb from the cold and your lungs burning from exertion. Nearby are Ardhel and Badrin. Both of them are swimming madly in an effort to pass you. On the distant shore await the other members of your tribe, and with them, Olara, daughter of the chief. It is for her hand that the three of you are competing today. Give up, Garoth! Ardhel passes you. Despite your best efforts, you can't quite catch up. Oh yes, okay, yeah. You look around to see where Badrun is, and it's by sheer chance that you catch sight of the sea serpent's head surging towards your group. As before, the world stops, the memories trail lost without your guidance. Attack the serpent, so we can hide, get them eaten or something probably, and win the competition, right? But no, we are going to be choosing the, as before, the brave option. Attack the serpent. Your fatigue falls away as you turn to face the serpent. It charges you, its jaws wide, its foot-long teeth flashing in the sun. At the last moment, you dodge to the side as its jaws snapshot. You are a hair too slow, and one of the serpent's horns tears open your forearm to the bone. You grit your teeth against the sudden pain and wrap your arms around the serpent's neck before it can turn around. It thrashes and rolls wildly, trying to throw you off. You hang on for dear life, weaker with every breath as your blood drains. You do the only thing you think of and jam your fist straight through the serpent's eye, burying your arm as far as it can. The serpent whips around in agony, and your grip slips. You tumble through the air as your consciousness fades. The race, how could I have forgotten the events of that day? Garrett looks at his hands. I remember it now, but I feel no different yet. Please, you must find the last part of my... Okay, let's check the quests. So, last part.
I,
Is that
Nordum,
right?
I think, therefore I am.
Hey!
I think.
Portal detected. You must find the last part. Okay, we need the last part. Cool. We have found 2 parts. There's a third one. Nordum, the reverse Modron. It should be here. Only 1 part still remains. It's probably going to be in the battery, if I have to guess. You know what? Let's stagger the conversations. I'm going to talk to these 5 okay, I decided. I'm going to talk to these 5 companions today, and I'm going to do 1 every hour. So this first conversation is the first hour of the stream conversation, and then in half an hour to an hour we are going to do the seconds, and then after another hour we are going to do the third and stuff. How does that sound? Best quest is there's a quest to find the cursed ladder to use this door to close it and prevent Voldemort from joining Sauron. No, why did you spoil it? Why did you spoil it, Geronimus? Ah. Okay, let's start with Adair. No, let's start with Aloth. How may I be of service? So some of them are still spoken about. I am hoping to find a good shield, that's for sure. A good heavy shield. Oh, I forgot to show you the armor that I found yesterday. If you have missed it yesterday, there's an armor, a set of armor that I found, and I gave to Adair. That is very cool. I'm going to show it to you. About your parents. He looks at you cautiously. Yes? Why was your mother gone so? She was invited to join a hemnag with a landed thane when I was very young. His estate was a 5-day ride from our home in the Sithwood, so that was part of it. He gives you the smallest of rounds. The real issue, however, was my father. Despite his initial agreement with the arrangement, father was never happy with it. He would hound and harangue my mother when she was gone. He wanted to know whether she was intimate with Thane, and no matter how many times he saw she wasn't, it was never enough. As you can imagine, that led to her coming home much less often, even though she still supported us financially. I'm sure she was trying to take care of you in her own way. I believe so. She had an important role managing the Lord Thane's lands and administrative duties, and even though she was away, she provided well for us. What's a Hamnag? A ceremonial marriage between folk and elf. Because the Adir mainland has historically been split between the two races, we have many institutions that are destined to normalize relations. Our monarchy is headed by folk, but an elven consort rules alongside, the reigning Farkönig or Mecqueen. Farkönig or Mecqueen. This is the most prominent example of Hamnag. In many cases, a Hamnag allows two households to pool resources. Along the aristocracy, Hamnags consolidate power. Sometimes, as in my mother's case, a Hamnag is a means for a noble to add another administrator to his or her household. Consorts are received with almost the same level of respect as their noble counterparts, which can be extremely useful. Of course, Hamnags are sometimes used to sanitize an extramarital affair. He shrugs. I don't know if that it's really any better, but it seems to satisfy common notions of decency. And elf and folk unions are sterile, which no doubt eases some concerns. It sounds like your father had a problem with his temper. He had a problem with my mother's Hamnag, even though they agreed upon it long ago, that the financial benefits would be considerable, that it was little different from his role as the Earl's steward, it ate at him. And so he drank and raged. When she was home, when he raged at her, and when she wasn't, he raged at me. More than anything, he wanted me to become an arcane knight in the service of his Earl. I think he felt this would validate his chosen career and master. He was a firm man, as you saw, but in the end, I became a successful wizard, due in no small part to his strictness. Nonsense, you accomplished that on your own, and you would have been fine without him pushing you. Probably not. Probably his past actually shaped him more than he would like to admit. So let's be brutally honest about it. It's hard to see it at the time, but sometimes pressure is useful. My thoughts exactly. At this point, I can easily say that the skills I learned were worth the challenges. That's all I really wanted to know. He looks really do very well. So, now you understand a little better about Isilmir. He wrinkles his nose. No thanks to that Animancer. My spleen? Black bile? Come on. So I should have done this dialogue after the Isilmir quest, right? I should be careful to do the companion dialogues after their quests from now on, if I have the chance. Palisade's methods were flawed, but you still learned something, didn't you? Only because you and I have a lick of good sense between us, but the average person? Show them a shiny gadget in the hands of an expert and they'll believe anything. Perhaps. Any man says its uses, but it's hard to say whether those outweigh the dangers. It's too decentralized. There's no one to keep the practice in check, no uniform principles or guidelines. Putting that much power in the hands of a single authority is no better. He raises an eyebrow. It's not a perfect solution, but I think it's better than the chaos we have now. I wonder if Aloth would feel the same if this world had the Templars over mages, just like the Dragon Age. You know, they are the authority over mages, controlling them, right? Keeping them in check. I wonder how Aloth would feel if that was a thing here. Granted, mages in the Dragon Age universe are much more dangerous than the mages here, since they can be possessed and, you know, one strong mage can bring about the end of the world, basically. Anyway, why did you want to take Palisade's notes? He gives you a sidelong glance. Like I said, I didn't appreciate her crying. Any thoughts on what I should do next? It seems this Theos and the Leading Key are to blame. He smooths his robes. You've got to learn about just what they're up to. That's all. Alright, we are going to do another dialogue quests in half an hour to an hour probably. Let us go to Jurgen's battery now. take a look at what this map offers. So there are a couple of side quests here, apart from the main quests, if I remember correctly. Find the Lagofath and Fiera's artifacts.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Let's continue here. These maps are big. There aren't many maps, but they are pretty big. Oh, Elder Stag. I kind of want to try if I get bestiary entries from these, but I also feel bad about killing them. Okay, they attacked me. It's not my fault. Oh, by the way, first of all, I forgot to show you the armor that I said I would show you. We found this yesterday, White Crest armor. It is a unique plate armor with great DR. It can cast Overwhelming Wave and Dancing Bolts, which is not why I'm using it. It's just it has very high DR. That's it. And the other thing, I'm ashamed to admit something. I have been setting up the first chant verse structure on Kana as my main. You know, it has the decreased reload time and stuff, the ones that I really want. But I had been keeping the second one active all along since the start of the game. I just noticed that on stream today, actually, before the stream. So that's very funny and stupid, but at least I now finally have the decreased reload time active for the first time. So we'll see if that makes a difference.
That was
Your tail end.
We did get Elder Stag entries, and we still need to kill one more. There are no mistakes, only beautiful accidents, Barbaros. It wasn't very beautiful though. It was rather silly.
And what does the flame reveal?
This last device makes a terrible screeching noise. The compass points west. Do I want to go west from here? No, we can certainly come across that, right? Or you know what? Let's do it. Let's go west. Help! Somebody help me! Help, please, I'm down here. Standing on a narrow outcropping far below the edge of the chasm, a villager waves his arms frantically. The villager is well out of reach, and the uneven, slick surface of the chasm would prove difficult to climb by hand. Tie a rope around your waist and anchor it. Tie a rope around Adair's waist. Ravius has a solid grasp of knots and steps forward to secure the line with a sturdy knot. The trout man presses himself against the chasm wall. Please hurry, the ice is starting to crack. Looking down, Adair can see another, smaller ledge further up along the side of the chasm. It is close enough to jump to, but it may not be able to support much weight. No, we climb down. We do not risk and screw it up for ourselves, so let's climb down. Adair takes a firm hold of the rope and cautiously climbs down toward the lodge. There's a ominous crunch as the ice shifts somewhere below. The Troutman lets out an alarmed cry. Hurry! On the ledge, Adair has a moment to survey the surroundings. The trapped villager is almost directly below, his frightened face turned up to watch Adair's progress. Rappel down. So rappel is this thing, right? You lose yourself slowly, but rather than climbing slowly, you just put your feet. I don't know how to explain it, but you probably understand what I'm talking about. Is it that? Is rappelling down that? You push yourself and catch yourself a little bit further down. Anyway, let's go with that. Adair takes firm hold of the rope, gives it a few tugs to ensure it's still holding fast, and leaps away from the ledge. Adair is making good distance, only to end up swinging goose first towards what appears to be a sheet of ice along the chasm. Adair's feet crash through, and the cluster of icy shards comes crashing down. The villager yelps in pain as he's buffeted by the... You like the way game handles these narrative choices? I do, yeah. I do. As Adair struggles free of the hole in the chasm wall, the wind begins to pick up. The freezing gusts tug fiercely at Adair's clothing, howling past. Press on. It's fine. Unfazed by freezing winds, Adair continues to descend. At last, Adair comes to within arm's reach of the trapped villager and extends a hand toward him. Adair grabs hold of the man and hoists him up. The villager wraps his arms tightly around his rescuer. Sections of the outcropping begins to crumble away into the darkness. Passenger in tow, Adair begins the ascent. With every upward movement, the man on Adair's back cries out in pain. Adair feels his grip loosen. If you use one hand, how are you going to climb? It would be very difficult. Let's call out for help above. Familiar faces peer over the side of the chasm and then move away to pull at the rope. Adair keeps a firm grip on the rope and is pulled easily up to safety. Oh, thank you. I've been down there for so long, I thought I was done for. I'm heading back to town. Watch your step out here. What? Really? He just gave me money and left? That's all? After this, I mean, it was a cool story, but just money? Maybe something's going to happen in the town when we go back.
Nice and quiet.
Oh. The stench, even worse than that. Got him and breathe. I guess we are fighting.
The stench. Even
All
worse
right,
when
then.
dead. Gut him and bring him.
Hey, Ailmancer. How are you, Ailmancer? How are you today? Good to see you. We can talk to them?
Hey. All right, then. Hey.
Right away.
Hey.
Let's get in position.
Yeah?
I'm doing well, thank you, and you're welcome for the shout out. Lately, the night winds sent evil dreams to our matron. Oh, these are the good ones. These are the good ogres. We don't have to fight them.
Hey.
We have made peace with them. Ista's device points directly at the cavern entrance. Retrieve the ore.
With a
Ista's device points... I can't read it. Points directly at the spot along the cavern wall. Whoa, 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 whoa. so much damage. That's some serious damage taking by Kana. What's happening? What's wrong with you? You're paralyzed. Alright. You kinda saved the day? Yeah, it's fine now. Major endurance stacks here.
Hey, I'll stay out of sight.
White Adra gems. Oh, that is the ore, okay.
Following your...
Leave it to me!
Light, flame, and sound.
Exceptional warbow. Okay.
And what do we have here?
I was just thinking to myself that there are no hidden treasures in this area. It was weird that there are no hidden treasures that we found, that we just spotted. But let's see where this leads. Further into the cavern or another exit? It's another exit.
There. What did I tell you?
Diamond.
Hey. Leave it to me!
Are you paralyzed? You are. Paralyzed. This is good enough.
Need something? Die out!
Has been...
Nice and quiet. All right then.
This calls for a subtle touch. Give me a real challenge.
You didn't see that, chat. That never happened. Raises of deflection, +9 deflection. Interesting. Spell tongue. Steal. 5-second duration from each beneficial effect on the target. Ooh. This is very interesting. Steal 15% of attack speed on hits and it cannot be resisted? Storm Priest. Wait, does this always happen? This is very interesting. Do I want this on someone? Kana?
New critical hits boost.
Hey,
Bogu
Bogu.
underscore Bogu just boosted. This also cannot be resi cited.
Are you back from your trip? It's good to see you. It's been a while.
New critical
Is it
hits
over?
boost. Bogu underscore Bogu just boosted the boost I mean.
Is the nightmare over? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. How did it go? I hope it wasn't too terrible. So we can get exceptional on it. This time siphon, that sounds crazy good. Steal 5-second duration from each beneficial effect on the target, 15% of attack speed for 10 seconds on each hit. I definitely want this item somewhere. Spell Tongue is a stonker. Yeah, it really is. I need to upgrade this to Superb, so I need... No, not... Actually, you know what? We can get it upgraded to Superb. Where would I be able to find Sky Dragon Eye? I'm going to be hitting level 12 soon. So let's put it here for now. After we get it upgraded to at least exceptional, I will switch from this to that. Did you bring orange peel marmalade? It's cause so what is this? 9 deflection. Actually, I don't think I have any space for gloves or... Let's just... this here.
Welcome back.
Hey!
Has it already been 11 months? A resub by Bogu underscore Bogu.
Bogu underscore Bogu. Thank you, Bogu underscore Bogu. Thank you, Bogu. I appreciate the resub. 11 months. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Suppress Affliction. I already have one in my quick access inventory. Let's put it here. Or you know what? Let's keep it. It doesn't hurt. Orange peel, surely you mean apricot. For true distinguished folk of the country. Find the lack path, Fiara's artifacts. Return to Fiara at the Gray's rests. Okay, we did something. I'm not exactly sure. Which isn't processing payments on weekends and late hours, and it didn't go to like... Oh, interesting.
There's something you don't see every day.
Topaz. I need a
There.
ruby.
What did I tell you?
I haven't found a single ruby in the game. Not a one. No, I think I may have found one actually. I found one, both 3 got 2 exceptional upgrades. I think that's what happened.
A crack deep enough to rival Margren's heated depths.
architect Worth and Rough! That's it!
Don't even slow it down.
Let's send the heavy hitter in.
Hey. All right then.
Dragon's Crossing.
Greetings, sire.
Hey Thor, welcome in. I set your greeting up. Greetings, sire. How are you, Thor? Good to see you. What's this? This crate is empty, though it smells strongly of fish. You still play Stronghold to this day. The funny thing, you've got another viewer who wanted that same effect, greeting sire, as their greeting. So the only reason I added a Stronghold sound effect was because someone requested it as a greeting. He's sometimes in the channel, but you know, mostly lurking so we don't hear it, but yeah, that is why we have Stronghold effects. I haven't actually played Stronghold. It is a good greeting too.
That's it.
And that's how it's done.
Parathis! This isn't what...
Hey there, Mama. How are you doing today? Great to see you as usual. Our food stocks are dwindling, sire. Your heart melting. Ah. I know. It's terrible. Terra gear. Hello there, always good to see more Kith on the road. You can relax for the time being. Ingot here will let me know if any ogres come up on us. Ought to be heading down to the mountain soon, but I've still got some supplies if you need anything. Who are you? Name is Terra Gear. I come up to Stolver sometimes to trade, nothing fancy like Duran has, just supplies, ingredients. Came out here to get some air after the raid, never been much of one for towns. Which way to Durgan's Battery? You're one of those, huh? Just follow the road north and west across the bridge. You'll know it when you see it. Ailmancer needs more wood needed and we are on our way. Have a care, Lagafath moved into the area not long ago, and they've already made short work of a few caravans. Do you know a man by the name of Galvino? I think everyone knows Galvino. He has a cabin a little ways north of here. You'll want to follow the road a ways, then head into the trees. Don't go too far though. Got bandits crawling all over the road into the pass. Do you know anything about bandits in the area? Sure do. Most of the caravans have to take the one road down into the pass. Group of bandits set up shop just north of here before the band. Play style. You love this DLC, the fights become very challenging and even more so at harder. It's great to test endgame. Yeah, I was thinking I could set it to easy for some combats, for some of the battles. But I don't know, I will wait for us to level up a few more before I deciding to do that. The dragon fight yesterday, it's honestly looked insurmountable to me. But as I said, I was caught off guard and I wasn't prepared. Maybe if I'm prepared with a few more levels, I can handle it. But, you know, once I decide to try it again, if I fail a few more times, I will probably set it to easy. Long time no see, Wod. Everything is good for me. Thank you, Wod. It's great to have you back. Welcome in. How are you? How are you today? Happy Saturday. Turbo Band is set up shop north of here before the band. Let me see what you have for sale. Sure thing, have a look. Oh, he says he doesn't have anything fancy, and then he has exceptional items.
Hey.
I shall be
Which I'm
quiet
not
as a
interested.
calm sea, which is not very quiet.
And what do we have here?
You tell me. What is this grimoire? Oh, interesting. Can I do this? No. Level 7 spells. Tain's Chaotic Orb. Nina God's Killing Bolt. Arcane Reflection. Nina God's Death Ray. Nina God's Shadow Flame. Who is Nina God? Arcane Dampener. Some unique spells. Nina God's Black Pages. The infamous Archmage Nina Gauth is a prolific author and has taken on several apprentices, though none have yet achieved the fame or longevity of their master. Those fortunate enough to have glimpsed Nina Gauth's grimoires typically describe the man's diagrams and writing as nearly indecipherable, but the power of the spells held within is undeniable. So you want to look at those 4 level spells very carefully. Okay, I will do that. There are 2 unique spells you only get from this special. Nina Gauth's and Chaotic Orb Hell. Okay, this is exciting. I was going to take a look at what we got. Let's take a look at the ones that said... Wait, I'm unable to find them here. Place a nullifying field of antagonistic magical energy around the chosen point, suppressing all beneficial effects on enemy. I'm not really impressed by it. It's good. Shadow Flame, a curious variant of ever popular Fireball. Ninaga's Shadow Flame causes freeze damage and paralyzes anyone. Oh, this is just an upgraded Fireball? Basically? Still the best spell in the game. Yeah, it does sound crazy now that I'm looking at it. Death Ray. This more powerful variant of the common Ray of Fire spell. Oh! Raw damage Ray of Fire? Attack target's fortitude and only affects enemies? I don't even have to position myself? What? I love them. I will definitely switch to them. I probably need to respec a lot out of the fire damage buff. Maybe. I'll think about it. The target is hit with a stack affliction and becomes an anchor for a freeze ray of energy from the wizard that does freeze damage to creatures in this path. Mithril now OP, please nerf. Has Mithril been casting spells? What do you mean? I cast spells all the time. The ones that are per encounter. But yeah, you have a point, Vermam. I don't really cast spells all that much. But that's only because I'm not having trouble with most fights. I can go through most fights without casting spells. Freezing Pillar calls down an enormous spike of ice, pulsing freeze damage on enemies in the area of effect and creating an intense circle of frost that can hobble foes. Been casting more since he came to White. Yeah. Mitchell does the murder hop of pylon tech. What? Chain light. By the way, I did take a look at the druid spells again, and I noticed the lightning spells that had been being talked about in chat, and I noticed the difference between the two. One of them hits a single target for high damage, the other one hits every target for low damage. So they are both great, as the chat said yesterday. I will definitely consider using them in harder fights. Killing Bolt. This spell inflicts a heavy amount of raw damage to the target. Any non-spirit felt by the attack will summon a spectre. Ooh. Tane's Chaotic Orb. Named for eccentric Adirian wizard Tane, Chaotic Orb bounces between a number of enemies, dealing damage and inflicting a variety of negative afflictions, including petrified, paralyzed, weakened, sickened, stunned, and blind. Nice damage. Nice damage. Bow target +5, so deals 23 to 35 crash damage to 6 enemies, and then also debilitates them. That is very good. Very good. Let's see. So I probably want to get this in somehow. I am happy with Capricious Hex. I will keep that. I might get rid of Chain Lightning, maybe? Maybe I don't want this, actually. Oh, I missed this one. Bitter Mooring. The target is... No, I read it. No. Let's see. Remove this. Oh! Fireball is level 3. Shadow Flame is level 4. Oh, I see. I see what's up. Let's get rid of this. I just thought I could switch Fireball with the new one, but no. This is of a higher circle. That way as well. 2 circles higher than Rare 5. Confusion. Wall of Flame. I think Wall of Flame could be a good spell against the dragon. Once we get to that again. Or other enemies like that. You know, big enemies. I don't. Should I remove it? I don't. I like this one, but I don't really use it much. Let's get rid of Confusion. We have a lot of, you know, charms, dazes, confusions from, you know, passive from items. Let's get this one. Yeah, some nice spells for sure, although Aloth cannot cast 7s yet. Paralyzes anyone caught in the area of effect. How long is the paralyze? 7.8 seconds? Wow.
Hey.
Nice hidden object. Potion of Bulwark against the force. Against the elements. Did I say against the flames? I don't know why I'm making up such words.
Hey.
Lifting up a corner of the tarp reveals a jumble of rusted metal alongside the fireworks. Let's take a look at this. The Recluse of the White March. Found Galvino's hut, but I don't see him here. Perhaps it's worth looking around, sure.
There. What did I tell you? There. What did I tell you?
Twin Stones. Meet the Twin Stones. Wait, that was something. So. This map depicts the peak of mountain with markers denoting out. Okay, let's go.
Give me a real challenge.
Misshapen constructs. Oh. Trap.
I have them!
What? Suck! That's it! What? Love. Sacre tu!
Well timed. I still haven't gotten this improved. It's at 8. I guess I'm not using Druid as a just pure range shooter. So it's slow.
Give me a real challenge.
A gelatinous green film has congealed along the bottom of this shattered machine. These crates hold innumerable discarded mechanical hinges, faceplates, and limbs. Oops.
There. What did I tell you?
Hey.
No. No. Don't do this to me. Eventually crafting around an all-marked Wrath of the Righteous build. So you're planning to create every character, right? No, 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 no. Ooh. What kind of a plan did you have? These are vessels, right? Yes.
Your tail end!
You're not getting through me.
The Farouk.
That was
Perfect.
Don't even join
This thing isn't doing.
I have.
Leave it to me.
Probably going to see your office, but
This isn't
something like that
working.
mostly.
Hey, leave it to me.
Following your lead.
Come on.
Let's burn the.
Hey,
Main character is a sword saint, we have a Ravi Rogue, Sensei Mon, an assist Scald, everything got what to do for the fans. I don't remember the classes, so. Oops. Sorry, Alof. I'm sure you're fine. Oh no. No. Hannah is terribly damaged also. This hulking contraption hums with power, approaching within a few feet sets a peculiar buzzing in your teeth. An impressive assortment of wine bottles lines these shelves. Most appear to be Valiant vintages. traps.
Attack to the priest!
Yeah, come on, why? How are we not
Hey,
spotting these traps? I think I want to check this door first. The place seems to be extending towards here. You know what? We might as well. Oh, they are avoiding the trap automatically. That's cool. Or maybe I just got like. Burning flesh. No, 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 no. Oh, Hannah.
Made on
this thing is doing its job.
Uh oh. Slight problem.
Yeah?
Okay. It's under control.
That's it!
No, 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 no. But I think they'll be fine.
Stunner!
Or not.
Hey there.
No, 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 no.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Ooh, okay. We got it. We got him out.
Mow it.
Let's cast this. I'm going to rest anyway. Let's cast a spell. That is loud.
Here's a lesson.
This
Music to your ears.
Here's a lesson to be taught.
Quite loud though.
Nice and quiet.
This paper contains a loose list of apparent personages separated by dates. Golden Dag, Long Watch Falls Bandit. McQueen's Dag, Imprima, some smug. Folk's Dag, Murderer, nice hair. Riddling's Dag, Idiot who tried to knife. Under the list is a note in a different hand. Iverus the Devil. Just give me numbers. I don't understand.
all right then.
I suppose I'd better rest.
There's something you don't see every day.
Potion of infused with vital essence. What is that? What is that? 50 max endurance, 50 max health. Hmm.
Sure.
Let me out. Let us out.
And what do we have here?
All right then.
Let us out!
There. What did I tell you?
Ooh, they use one lockpick, got 6 back. Now that's what I call good businessmanship. A scattered pile of mechanical finger joint lies strewn across this desk. Arranged from top to bottom, these boxes boast increasingly intricate locks. A few broken lockpicks lie discarded on the shelves.
This calls for a subtle touch. Give me a real challenge.
Speed. Move speed. This is actually quite nice. It works very well with endurance. Maybe I should give here to Gravius also. Or someone else. Blessing of the Forgotten. I think I could give this instead. So
Of course. Should have picked that all up.
wow. That's a perma. That's a perma. I'm surprised I couldn't spot a trap. I'm really surprised.
Hey there.
Hey QP.
Uncle,
Welcome,
Uncle!
welcome. How are you, QP? Good to see you.
This calls for a subtle touch.
I'm cranky, old, and I've been that way ever since I
Is it Harold?
changed.
Yes, it is Harold. Alright. What should I put points in? Standing my way to 666 spot.
The awakening of the old ones has begun!
Ah! Mogrim, the crazy guy. I didn't notice how few lines of text Mogrim actually has in the game until I started looking for quotes for the D666. He doesn't actually speak much. I mean, you don't get to interact with him much throughout the game.
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted NWN2. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Tactics. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Sacred. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Tyranny.
Thanks for the boost, Veru and QP. The Brightman slew 34 before they crossed half the hall. +5 might, +5 constitution, +5 resolve. That is pretty... Oh, this is a spell. All the things are still on your playlist as well. The playlists never ends. It's a lifelong quest to play every game you want to. And the bitter truth is, it will never be fulfilled. Dexterity, perception, and select. For sure! Nice. Nice one. Nice one for sure. Freeze damage. Ton of freeze damage. Single target though. It's not worth 5 freezes, I think. Revive. Wow. A revive spell on the Chanter. Is Wasteland 2 not on the list? It is. Is it not? Oh, it hasn't been nominated. It is an idea though. Feel free to nominate it, anyone. Wasteland 2 and 3 are ideas right now. No one nominated them. Even though we cannot play Wasteland 2 until we play Wastelands. A positive side of nominating early is it will start
New critical hits
accumulating
nomination. Thor Obliterator just nominated Wasteland 2.
Accumulating priority points, so okay. Wasteland 2. Nominated by this person that I'm copying the name of today. When is today? 24th. And it is now on hold. This is the name. Let's copy it aside. Wasteland with 0 boosts. Thank you for the nomination. Much appreciated, Thor. Feel free to nominate the third one as well. There is Wasteland 3, yes. There is. 3 had some hilarious moments, some very, very dark moments. There's some issues with the combat. I haven't played 3 yet. I don't think it's very different from the second one, though. From what I have seen. I'd like to get to play them sometime. 2 ogres. Should we summon 2 ogres? 2 ogres?
New critical hits nomination. Quiescent Pandemonium just nominated Wasteland 3.
If given the choice, would you summon 2 ogres or 1 drake? I think that's the question. Because that's exactly the situation I would pick up that spot. Wasteland 3, okay. So let's do this first. Wasteland 3 is nominated by this person. And it is on hold. And it is not an idea anymore. And it is right here. Thank you for the nomination. Wasteland is getting some love. Very cool. Very cool. You have a confession to me. What is it? What is the confession? I guess I'll go with this spell. I don't know. I don't care much about these buffs. 5 Might, 5 Constitution, 5 Resolve, or 5 Dex, 5 Perception, 5. You've never played Wasteland games. I have only played Wasteland 2, and only half of it. I haven't finished it. I haven't played the original Wastelands, Remake Wasteland, or Wasteland 3 at all. So we are pretty much in the same boat, Cube. 2 ogres are very powerful, but there's also a party revive option that you think would be your only revive outside. That is true. That is true. Durance has a revive, but if Durance dies, no one revives Durance. This is very good utility, although it would be used very, very few times, if any time. I don't know. I think I will go with the ogres. I feel like ogres would be more useful. Like, more generally useful. If we get to pick another spell, then we might pick up the revive. Let's go with the ogres. So what do I want for you? The ogres hit hard and are very tough. They are fun. I mean, my front line is usually crowded, but there are some encounters where you face, I don't know, like the dragon encounter. There is among between the spirits and the blights and the dragon itself, there are like 10-15 enemies over there, and my two frontliners can never hold them all, and the backline gets destroyed. So in a situation like that, although 5 chance is not a short time, I won't be able to summon them quickly. But still, I think it would be useful in a fight like that, or similar fights. I'd like to pick something defensive for Kana. So Kana... Wait, I need to check something. So, do you have a model? You don't have a model. We could get a model for you. We could get... These are probably not good, but let's... Friendly aura for accuracy. I don't know, maybe? Maybe? It's okay, actually. It's not bad. The paladin aura. So that's the only multi-class model. Other than that, we have defensive models. We have this deflection and attack speed penalty. And then we also have wait, I'm sure we had something else. Okay, maybe I was wrong. I think that's the only one we have. But it's a good one for an off tank. It's a good one. 8 deflection bonus. What about the offensive ones? It's converted to crits. Crit damage multiplier now. Melee attack speed, melee DR bypass. No. Interrupts? Maybe. This is a model. Melee damage, melee accuracy? Nah. Definitely not. You know what? Let's go with cautious attack. Always better to pass saving throws. You usually just default the plus defenses. What is the plus defenses? The science and religion don't make set trees. Desperate attempt.
Don't be a fool. Run.
Hey Blackbird, welcome. Alright. Oh, you get those 3, but I mean, yeah, they are passives and they're great, but you know, I wouldn't know which one to pick. I don't know. You are probably right, but I will go with cautious attack. I think. Let's go with cautious attack.
Following your lead.
And now we are level. Look at how cool we look, by the way. I need to put the points in mechanics, probably. We are seeing 11s, and we have even seen higher. So, I need to save my points and put them in mechanics. Ah, this doesn't work with my build. I must be within 2 meters. Right. Why is this melee only? Reload speeds are faster for crossbow arbalests than all firearms. So you know what? This gunner, since it affects crossbows also. Crossbows and all firearms. So every range weapon, I mean physical. Okay, that doesn't make sense. So not bows, not rods, ones, etc. But all firearms and all crossbow variants. So I think gunner is a good one to have because I think I can give up on the bows. My two best weapons are an arbalest and a pistol, and 20% reload speed is going to make a huge difference. So this is a good option to pick up, but let's keep looking for it. Range recovery when moving. Nah. These are also good ones. Damage reduction and extra damage. Good ones to have for sure. Catmas! Welcome, Catmas. Hello. Hello, Catmas. How are you? How did your stream go? Let's give you a shout out. What were you playing? I think I saw you playing Cyberpunk. Hey, hey, hey. How is Cyberpunk going?
Wait a minute. It feel like I've been here. Oh, shitty helvete! Oops.
I remember
what the
this
fuck
clip.
is that?
You always get this clip. It's an amazing clip. The game got crazy now, did it? How crazy? Welcome, Catmas. Welcome, Raiders. It's great to have you. Welcome, Pugdog. Good to have you also. How are you? How are you doing today? So you're enjoying Cyberpunk, Catmas? Yeah, let's pick up Gunner. Next level, next time, I will pick up. I will pick up one of these. I mean, not one of these. Wait, where were they? The damage things. This, I think, one of these. Okay, let's go with Gunner. Starting great. Gonna make some food, wifey. Yeah, you have been at work. You're a little tired. Ah, working weekend? That's. I'm doing well. I'm enjoying the game. We are making progress. I cannot really complain. Thank you. Thank you for asking and thank you for the raid. And good luck with making the food and eating the food. It is a great clip, isn't it? But you play them.
Hey.
I thought there would be one or two. Yep. Okay. Let's see what we can do. I should have rested. Should have rested. Will you repeat all I said? What?
How may I help?
Oh no. No, no, no. What happened to you? Wrong.
That looked like it hurt.
What are you? Unstable constructs. Yeah. Yeah, I should have rested. I asked for this. Unnecessary reload. Let's rest. I don't know why I'm pushing when I can just rest. Let me check these again.
Hey.
A dear and noble woman has arrived seeking employment. She was nearly set upon by brigands on the road. But your patrols,
Give me a real
etc.
challenge.
Let's see what this is. Oh. Needham's finger. Needham was a Glenfatten murderer who was notorious for both his brutality and his ability to avoid capture by the tribe's best hunters. When he was finally captured and put to death, his body was buried in a secret place near Gliabenrilag. A Rio had given the unusual recommendation in the hopes that the Angwithan ruin would capture the killer's soul and prevent it from returning to the wheel. During a recent cleansing celebration, an orphan child stumbled across Needham's grave. Not realizing what she had found, she told her parents, who guessed that it was what it was and in turn told other members of their tribe. Within a day, Needham's burial site had been plundered by a few foolhardy Glenfattens and the body carried away for ritual purposes. All that remained was the ring finger from his right hand. An Anamfata opposed the use of Needham's body for preparing sacred objects and will reward anyone who can return it. Yeah. So, let's send our problem solver. And we have someone special too. Ooh, +6 prestige. Noble woman. Would it even fight? Probably not. That's fine though. I don't mind. Let's get rid of. Let's get rid of. Don't have. Mercenary Mind Strike. Empowered Interdiction. No, I didn't want this. Painful Interdiction. I wanted this. Brilliant Radiance. More heals, more burns. Inspired Flame. Passive. No, I don't want it. And then we have bonus spells. Let's go with this one. Let's go with this one. No, let's go with this one.
Need something? Hey.
Ha! Your money of your life, friend. A tiny voice rises from within the chest of this headless machine. From time to time, a burst of spark accompanies the rattling of its ears. Excuse me? Got a little lost, did we? There's a toll on these roads, 500 copper, or you'll have a new set of nostrils to breathe out of. I've come to help you. You are free of this place. Free? What are you on about? You're in a cell. Look around you. A philosopher, is it? All of us trapped within the cages of our own iniquity? I'll have none of that. There's a manic quality of the voice now, and you hear a harsh metallic whine from within the construct's. Just look at yourself. You're a broken machine. You use some very peculiar insults, I have to say. Even so, you'll regret those words. I can't have people saying I've gone soft, can I? Construct suddenly lists sideways, arms akimbo. Ah, that's odd. I swear I had my knife. I've always been very good with knives. Her voice takes on an edge of panic. But where are my hands? I don't. Everyone has nice weapons and armor except Durance, who gets a twig. So this guy Sheridan's a silly cat. Where am I? What's happening? There's a sudden harsh metallic squeal, and the construct pulses with a fierce light as it lurches toward you. What did really?
Were they?
You could have been friends. Oh, this finally upgraded. 15 chance to cast prone on hits.
And what does the flame reveal?
Let's take a look at this. Grants ray of pain when hit by critical hits. In defense when disengaging. What's ray of pain? I don't think I care about it.
Hey.
Actually, Durance has a nice tweak. It's not some weird tweak. It's a nice tweak. Look at this.
Hey.
Ooh. And there goes. Come on, get up. What are you doing?
This isn't working. This isn't working.
The unstable construct is approaching.
This isn't working. That's it. Sucker.
No. Don't explode.
Leave it to me! Blood makes the grass grow!
You're not getting through me.
Bullseye.
For Aethys!
Suck!
Deal 300 damage to enemies with War Club of Mataru with critical hits. It just got accurate 4. Okay.
All right then.
Grease with Adair might be difficult. The lever seems to be locked in place for the moment. You hear a faint, reedy voice singing tunelessly. Subject, Belsier. She has outdone herself with this one, Belsier, a common robber with some natural talent for cipher abilities. Oh, it was the broken machine that we just destroyed, right? In this room. It has gone to his head. Bowser believes he is the next Antonino, I think. In any case, the world would be well rid of him. Still, he has yielded promising results, or maybe not actually. His mind is almost perfectly intact. I might even have been able to determine whether there is merit in his delusions about his soul lineage. But I made the foolish mistake of leaving the man's pistol on my work table. His essence is bound to the weapon, rather than the body I undertook to build for him. Even bloodless, this fool seeks to trouble. I have sealed him within one of the tanks. I will have to proof the machines against free-roaming experiments while I think of a solution. Until then, I suppose I must endure the company while at max level, you can play a game of cricket with the clock. Is this where the pistol is? Right. So what happened? Did we lose the loot also? Where did the container go? Yeah, why am I not finding anything?
Hey there.
I'm not blind. I have 20 perception. 20. And where did this container go?
Of course.
Tufts of hair are still stuck to the metal slats of this helmet, used by dark smudges along the edges of the mandibles. Sparks crawl over the wires and plates of this machine, illuminating the inners with each burst of light.
Nice and quiet.
I'm worried. Did I lose whatever was in here? Maybe that was the pistol that was mentioned and it's gone. Is this even a tank? No, it's a lever.
Blood makes the grass.
What was that? That was not good. This is a problem. Okay. He's gone.
This is all very distracting. Lavaru beyond. This isn't what.
That's not very helpful.
I just have to try something else.
Thank you. Where that?
I cannot pick up 6 or 7 or 8. Caster only. Let's pick this up. I don't think I will use either. Wait, I can pick up all of these? I thought I was able to pick up only one of them. So why not also pick up Secrets of the Rhyme? Let's do that. Okay, there is the pistol. So is this a sentient weapon? Grants ambushing passive. Oh really? Just, you know, casually gives you a quarter extra damage? +2 stealth. I don't care about that. This could be better than most due to the extra damage. What is time cycle? We could make it superb. We can find Sky Dragon Eyes. Or not, we can make it exceptional. I think it's better than this one, in any case. I don't know, I might switch to this after I upgrade it. This ambushing is... Compared to this, 25% burn damage. And it has accuracy bonuses. I don't know. This is still better, right? Still better.
Hey.
I wonder if the gun is sentient though.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
And that's how it...
Why is he taking so much damage? Is it the explosions of the constructs?
That's not very...
Burning flesh constructs, so it's fired. It's not that. Unstable construct destroyed unstable construct. Unstable construct knocked out Durance. Self-destruct. 1 graze, 2 hit, 1 crit. So they explode for a circle like this, basically. Pretty big area.
Hey.
Easy does it. Give me a real challenge.
I mean, honestly, Betrayal, given the real challenge, you fail spectacularly so far. So maybe you should not be given real challenges. Wow, okay. Did we...
Isn't
No.
this something?
Oh. That's weird. Kane's chaotic orb trap.
Margaren's fire
did not-
casts light in dark places.
I feel like there has to be a way to come here through here. So let's go back here. And this is possibly the final one. Oh, I forgot talking to the companions. I skipped one of them. You know what? Let's do it. Let's take a moment. I also forgot to level with the dare, so let's do that also. Bonus knockdown could be useful. You could go for... I think this is what Adair needs the most, honestly. I think I've been postponing that for a long time. Let's go with the will save for Adair. Okay, and now we talk to Adair also. How come the only people allowed at the Inamancy hearings are either fanatical or crooked? What's the best case scenario for something like that? I want to ask something about you. You're sure. What did you do before this?
Oh, other than the war, I never strayed too far from where you found me. Farming, mostly. I was never much for cities. Never learned a trade. In my younger days, I thought I was going to go preach the word of Aethys. Just in our temple there. My parents encouraged it. I made so much trouble for them growing up. They used to say it'd be best if I got in good with the god of redemption. Of course, us blowing him up probably didn't help my chances there. But if anybody'd forgive you for blowing him up, it'd be Aethys.
Did the people of Gilded Vale really try to kill you?
They, they did. It was strange timing, because we just won the war. They celebrated when I came home. There was music and dancing. Trumbull used half his grain making this big honey cake. I still dream about that cake. Like having the best lover of your life, but only for one night. And they were all sorry to hear about my brother. Took a while for word of the purges to reach us. Aethasians being murdered in the streets. Cold morn and the like. No way would they let something like that happen in Gilded Vale. That's what they all said. But the weeks went by and the purges spread. Pretty soon they weren't so sure my brother fought for Deerwood. Then they weren't so sure I did. Caught me by surprise after all the celebrating. Should have seen it coming after the tailor said he was going to fit me for some new clothes, but then all he wanted was my neck measurement.
Ouch. Really?
Nah, not that last part. But you had to think about it.
It would be funny.
Says a lot about the place I've been calling home all these years.
Why did you stay for so long in a town that hated you?
Well, I'm sure my parents are still wondering the same thing. The Aethasian purges were like this madness had come over the town, like a disease. Seems like when you see something like that, your instinct is to wait for it to pass, even when you know it probably won't. The family whose farm I worked on, they had a little Hollowborn girl. And they heard the Animancers had this cure, the Salvation it was called. They went running. This Salvation, they were putting animal souls in children. You might have heard about it, giving them enough personality to care for themselves.
We heard about it.
Well, you can guess how that turned out. Matter of time, the children broke down, became wild things, monsters. Anyway, these farmers put their family dog's soul in their little girl. For a while, the girl, she's making eye contact, she's feeding herself, albeit in a kind of messy way. And one day she snaps. They found her gnawing on her brother's bones. Had to chain her up, put her in a cow pen. Well, the mother, she wouldn't have anything to do with the girl after that. But the father, he'd visit every day, feed her chickens, toss water on her once in a while to get the dirt off. Most of the village, they'd whisper about him. Poor man, they'd say, sick with grief. He was just waiting for his daughter to look up one day and recognize her papa. He was waiting for her to get better. Didn't understand that at the time, of course, but these days I think about him a lot.
Do you have any family? That's my parents now. They took a ship back to Adir when the purges started. Wanted me to go with them, but I didn't see things like that. Been a long time since I've seen them. I really should visit, but for some reason I haven't much felt like leaving Con. Good thing they chased me out, or I might have never. Tell me about your brother.
Woden was, about everything you'd want your firstborn son to be. Dutiful, honest, put thought into everything he did. Real pain in my ass. Made me look bad about every way he could. It wasn't something he tried to do, but of course that just makes it worse. Not that he didn't get into trouble himself. He was just better about feeling guilty after. We used to have this farmer near us, Hereward. Couldn't stop talking about how well he cared for his chickens, how their feathers were the whitest in town. Convinced the butcher to pay him double what the other farmers got. Me and Woden got tired of hearing it. I was maybe 11, 12 at the time. We borrowed about 6 different dyes from the dyer one night. Dyed Hereward's chickens every color but white.
Wow.
Next morning, the butcher comes knocking, asking for 6 of his whitest chickens. We were feeling great, up until Hereward saw what we'd done. He just got on his knees and cried right there. All those colorful chickens around him not knowing what to make of it. I thought it served him right, but I could tell Woden had other thoughts. Sure enough, the next day, every one of those chickens had been scrubbed down. They weren't white, mind you, but Woden sure tried. Never said a word to me about it, but I knew. That was Woden. My parents, they always let us be who we were. Never told me to be more like him or anything like that. Which was good, because I was never gonna. What's on your mind?
I was wondering about Earths.
It makes 2 of us.
What is there to know about Earths?
If you're looking to find religion, maybe you want to start with a god that hasn't been burned to dust, but I won't stop you. Aethys, he was a young man with a silver crown. Carried a candle around with him. Sounds like I'm giving a bad eulogy here.
He was a lot of different things to different people, I guess. Rebirth, redemption, light. Out in the country, he's gone, the farmer, who helps all things pass, seasons and people both. He watches over the weak, does gone, sees imbalances made right. You could see why all the copperless rowdies around here might take a liking to someone like that. He was real popular here for a time. These days, you won't find too many worshipping Aethys in the open. It's hard to know who still does it in private and who's given up. Feels like I'm the last one sometimes. Do you still worship Aethys?
In my way. I don't suppose he expects me to show up at his temple these days. Not much left to do for him other than keep his memory alive and keep hoping that he's just been playing a joke on all of us these past 15 years.
As far as I know, he hasn't said anything to anybody since the Godhammer detonate. Why worship him then? He grimaces. Well, if it turns out he's not dead, and I gave up on him, I'd have betrayed my god twice. Even the god of redemption's gotta have standards. I'd probably be reborn as a fat Omama source. That's not really it though, not all of it anyway. He casts a sidelong glance. Guess it's more I still believe in the things he believed in. I just hope his death doesn't mean the death of those things as well. Sometimes it looks like that. Why did you choose to worship Aethys in the beginning?
Raised that way. My family's been Aethasian going way back. Suppose it wasn't much of a choice at first. Don't know for sure why my family started worshipping him. Probably because of Gon looking after folks like us.
He looks at you in the eye, conspiratorial. Could just as well be that my ancestor did something so bad that only Aethys could forgive. It explains a lot about where I got some of my less respectful traits. Did you only worship him because that's how you were raised?
Mm-mm. There was something I genuinely liked about Aethys. Always. Like he understood people better than the other gods. Knew all our flaws and weaknesses and accepted us for that. Folks are at their worst when they're afraid. A god like Aethys, he made you realize there was nothing to fear. Made you a better person. Of course, he goes away for a few years, and look what happens.
What made you think that Waidwan didn't speak for Aethys?
Was his actions. I mean, not when he started his rebellion, and not even when he took over Raed Saris. It was when he sent his armies into Deerwood.
Up to that point, he was sticking up for his people. That's what Aethys does, at least the Gaon part of him. Those farmers were starving and their government didn't lift a finger. I figured it wasn't Aethys himself, at least he had the right idea. But then he sent armies across the border, even crossed it himself in the end. Word was, he was chasing refugees that escaped the rebellion, wanted to punish them, and punish us for allowing them to live here. That just didn't fit for me. Those are the deeds of a vengeful god, Skane, or Wadikami. Or just a man who'd lost his sense. I still have trouble believing it, but there's no one left to ask if it's true. Tell me about the purges.
You sure you don't want to talk about something more pleasant? Like the War of Black Trees or the Legacy or something?
It's eye-opening, seeing just how naked you are when you got no god to protect you. The Saints' War was a hard time to be a Dirwooden. People thought it was the end times. They talked big about how we were gonna defeat a god, but I don't think there was a man from here to the White Marsh didn't think he was gonna die. It does something to you, thinking you're gonna die at someone else's hands. There's a rage that comes, indignation. Imagine a whole country full of that. Might have been called Marn that started it, town near the border. They laid Waidwan much right on through. Rest of Deerwood cursed their names till the end of the war. Some say it was the Artesians that persuaded the town not to oppose the army. Others said it was just cowardice. It was like the Legacy that way. No one knew the real reason, so they just picked whichever one best suited what they wanted. Either way, that town was burning before the first ashes of Aethys hit the ground, and it felt good to be in control after being so helpless. So the fire spread. A lot of us Aethesians went the way of our god. There were claims from the Church of Magron that she'd actually commanded the purges. I found that hard to believe. Sounded to me like people doing what they wanted, wrapping their god around it like she was a god. Then again, that's what I thought about Wade.
What's on your mind?
Let's keep moving. Okay, we need to talk to someone else too. Let's talk to Kana.
Following your lead.
Looks like there's a clear sky over Heritage Hill. I hope the district can recover. There's a lot of history there, even more so now that you saved it. Maybe they'll give you a plaque. Actually, this really might do a little something for your reputation. It can't hurt to be known for ending a curse. How are you holding up? I'll make it. Besides, the Koba women have an eye for scars. I'll finally be as popular as the Cannoneers. Tell me about yourself.
What shall I tell? I am Kanarua, born in the royal city of Takoa, from which rules the Ranga Nui. There. That is a solemn enough start.
He grins bright.
I am a lore chanter in the college there. Or at least a student of lore and a chanter both.
Do you have any family back in Rotai? I have 5 older siblings and my mother and father. My father is a coral mason and favored by the Ranga Nui. It was he who engineered the Gate of the Great Teeth. My 2 brothers have taken up my father's work, and my mother encouraged my sisters to sail. It leaves me free to pursue other things. There's a wealth of knowledge just within the walls of the college, and beyond it, more than I could learn in 10 lifetimes. He laughs, but I can try all the same. What made you leave the college? Wait. We lost the perception option. Why? Why is it gone? There was a perception option as the second one. It's gone now. What made you leave the college?
I was on the usual path at first. Theology, the traditions, when the Gate of Great Teeth was completed. It was all my father had hoped for, the greatest commission he had ever received. But it was also a sign that Rawatai was changing, looking inward. Meanwhile, I was neck deep in the writing of a dozen nations, marveling at all the things that lay beyond our borders.
I decided my third degree would be in history, that in studying the Anglicans, I'd be studying all cultures at once. Kana shrugs a shoulder. I suppose I wanted a unifying truth, like all those symbols and dig sites might be a message for me from the gods, written in a language I love. Tell me about the Lord Chanters. My eldest brother thinks we spend our days in song weaving wreaths from flowers, but truth is far less exciting than that. The college preserves what knowledge our people have gathered. I would have
Your
said that
sound card
all
works
chanters are
perfectly.
Rautai. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good time. For without them, we would have no beginning, no sense of how far we've come. We would forget ourselves with every generation. I'm only a student yet, but someday I'll return and tell the keeper what I learned, and she will add my verses to the chant. What is this gate of the great teeth? Much as it sounds a maze of walls like the teeth of some nautical terror, it sits outside the city and guards the Koa from invaders and storms. The storms have always been more trouble. Nui Tanri, the angry titans, throwing themselves against the Rautai's shores. Invaders, I'm not so sure about, but perhaps I'm like the man who, being dry, throws off his rain cloak during a storm. Kana laughs. So my mother would have me. What is a Ranganui? A king, our great king, ruler ruler over all of Rautai. He's led our people well, and he has treated my family very well. My father and he are great friends, as much as one can be with friends, can be friends with a king. I had other questions. Tell me about Rautai.
Ah, Rautai. Shall I
Ah,
describe the pearl-white sands, the sapphire waters, the multi-hued tiles of the rooftops, like a mosaic upon the coast?
Kana chuckles.
Sorry.
Was there something specific you wanted to know? Tell me about the kingdom of Rautai in general. It's a long journey by ship to the north, past Ixamitzel and across the sea. We have settled much of the Gulf and established more recent trading colonies all along the coast. We live as best we can, like anyone else. Our land is plagued by storms, and so we stand together, whatever corner of Rautai we hail from. Otherwise, we'd never survive. Tell me about the city you are from, Tekoa.
Tekoa is doubly famed, a royal city and home to the Coral Harbor. The Ranganui's palace is there, and we've a fleet of royal ships sitting outside the Gate of Great Teeth. Every so often, you'll hear the roar of a cannon being tested.
The finest ships in Rautai, and so the world, are anchored there, and some of our brightest minds toil away at the artillery. My mother, for instance, Kana grins briefly. Myself, I have no talent for gunpowder. Tekoa is also home to the Lore College, of course, and we get a great many people traveling long distances to speak with the Lore Keeper, or else hear the chants and peruse the books. At least that is how it was when I was younger. Things were a little different when I left. How so? You might say the winds are changing. The Pahari, they are traditionalists, in a way. Ranganui's son stands among their number. Talk at the dinner table has changed from how far a fleet Rautai ship might sail to how well defended our borders are, how far we have turned from the old days. Then talk turns to burying Adir and Anvalian merchant ships, and things were difficult when I left. There was much arguing among the elders. I trust the king has kept the peace, but I worry sometimes that things have taken a turn for the worse. So you aren't a traditionalist? Oh, I'm a regular firebrand, if you ask the other chanters, but I don't see why I can't appreciate our traditions and chart a better future, but so goes the debate. It sounds like you miss home. Some parts of it, those silver cliffs, the sea, those at least no one can change. The day I boarded the ship for Adir, the sunrise was gold upon the water, and I nearly leapt overboard and swam for home. At the wedding today, just popping in to say happy Saturday. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Vincino. I hope you find a way to enjoy the wedding. I'm glad you stopped by. An 89, that's nice. Good to see you, Vincino. Happy Saturday as well. Tekoa has a lot of this artillery. Rautai has a lot of artillery. We've made great advances with explosives. One of our artillery masters advised on the Godhammer bomb during the Saints' War, actually. In Rautai itself, our efforts are more modest. Bombards, cannons. We are having some luck with mortars. You might ask my sister if you ever visit Tekoa. She captains the Rautwana. She knows far more than I do and enjoys great fame for it. It may not be very traditional, but even the most strident demagogue won't touch the subject of artillery. They'd lose what support they've got. The only Omama live there? Far from it. The Omama arrived more recently and formed the greatest number, but others have joined us, so long as they call themselves subjects of the Ranganui. Some of my neighbors are Orlans, for instance, fine people, though they care little for the sea. People here say that the coastal Omama are a cruel people. Cruel in the same manner that Orlans are feral and pale elves graceful, yes? Kinda chuckles. Omama conquered Rautai long ago, and drove their enemies from those lands into doing so. Today, the great kingdom of Rautai holds humans, Orlans, elves, and even Island Omama. Kinda flashes a big smile. We are being haunted by the Leaden Key. It seems we have that in common. It's all rather absurd, isn't it? I don't see what they mean to gain from it. How did this all begin? I ran into them in Adir, or rather, they sought me out. In Adir, there were many people who had observed the Angbits ruins in Deerwood, and I spent some time conferring with experts. In the libraries, I found accounts of sites in Ixamital, and it was there I traveled next. But just before that, I found myself approached by a woman in darkness, who bade me abandon my studies for my own sake. I ignored her, of course, but I began to have the sense after that of being followed. And after that, well, one ambush on the road I could call misfortune. But who are these people? I thought it only fair to delve into their activities. In turn, I found word of a Leaden Key. But past that, it was all ravings and superstitions. I might as well have gone around asking whether someone had ever seen a whale flying there. Some might well tell me yes, but the validity of their accounts is questionable. You don't seem very worried about this. They haven't had much luck. The last one came up on me at a dig site and slipped on a muddy beam. I tried to catch him, reflex, I should think, but he went right over the side and down 100 feet. I'm not really sure what he had in mind, but I doubt that was it. Do you know anything about this place? We are, as they say, off the map. Off the map, at least. I have no idea where we are. Isn't it exciting? No. Let's be on our way. Alright, we are going to talk to Giri in an hour or so. I'm going to...
Alright then.
I'm going to be taking breaks between companion dialogues. I want to test this. They actually do avoid the trap. That's cool. Fail to disarm, really?
Sure.
You want to boost, Parrot? Feel free to... No.
Hey.
Following your...
Of course we triggered the trap. That's right.
This isn't working!
New critical hits boost. Paraquise just boosted Dragon Age 2. New critical hits boost. Paraquise just boosted Might and Magic 7, for Blood and Honor. New critical hits must. Paraquise just boosted Grim Dawn.
Thank you for the boost, Parrot.
Of course.
New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Gothic.
What happened?
New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Torment, Tides. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Mass Effect.
Can we boost if you've already boosted? No. No, you cannot. It's just an alias with a ballwine twist.
New critical hits boost.
Thanks for the boost,
Geronimus
Todd.
just boosted Torment Tides.
we have more Geronimus boosts?
New critical hits
We
boost.
do.
Geronimus just boosted Fallout Tactics.
Is it for more
New
boost?
critical
No.
hits boost. Geronimus just boosted Shadowrun.
Shadowrun returns, yes? Yeah. Thank you for the boost, Geronimus. More boost, it doesn't.
Give me a real challenge.
Bombastic wounds. This mannequin's head had been all but seared away by some unknown spell. The wood is warped and pitted through. Pitted through. This discarded note reads, Madicia, 3 weeks of hard work gone, and a fully articulated frame with them. These crude materials are more unstable than expected, though no less expensive. I will try a slower process. More electricity perhaps. Along the bottom of the page, a scrolled addendum reads, too much electricity would require more substance.
Hey.
Workshop key. This hastily written entry is dotted with blots of ink. I refuse to continue wasting my time with these stitchwork grotesqueries. What work is spent in granting the rotting corpse the feeblest spark of life is later tripled in repairs. Truly, they come apart at the seams. The sight of them in the corridors has come to disgust me. They hold nothing of the subject's vitality, intelligence, coordination, only a brute obedience. Flesh has too gentle a grasp on the essence. That much is clear. Little wonder the fools at Brackenbury were willing to pound these sort of specimens of so cheaply, Madicio the stench. This platter has gone entirely untouched, leaving the tantalizing meal to the flies. Come on, discover it. You can do it. You can do it. I'm pretty sure this is a secret door. Mitral? Come on, Mitral. The heck? 20 perception, not enough? How am I supposed to boost it further? I don't know, 20 perception, I barely got it 20 and it's not enough anymore. It's a problem. I have a base of 16. I get +3 from an item. And 1 from being elf. That's a lot of perception points, it feels like. But clearly, it's not enough. I don't know. Maybe level is a factor in also discovering secret objects? I don't know. Maybe there's something here that I missed. Ruby! That's nice. I'd need one more for it to be useful, I think. As far as you know, it's just perception, but it gets pretty high late game, even though you don't really have many ways to increase perception. Yeah, it is a problem for sure. Yep, sure. Why not? Combat? What combat? What are you talking about? But they're all petrified.
Of course. course. Shh.
Okay. I guess I'm resting again. I'm hoping we get some better perception items somehow.
Quiet.
The resting bonus, it doesn't stack with item bonuses, right? I remember that it doesn't. But maybe I'm wrong. It's only items that don't stack with each other. I kind of remember that my resolve bonus didn't stack with some of the item resolve bonuses that I had. But I can test it next time we go to
Alright then.
Cadmo.
Have I told you the tale of the Kamoa warriors? 80 glorious verses. Verse 1.
Hey there.
Verse 1. Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm not one to shy away from a story.
You're not getting...
This crumpled piece of parchment was found jammed inside the faceplate of a construct. My efforts to instill even a child's intelligence in these creations have all failed. Most cannot hold a quill, much less toss on the paper. I believed for some time that Subject 63 might have had a breakthrough during its lessons, but I discovered that it simply has been repeating my words, without comprehension. These were not enlightened characters while they wore the erosion skins. Perhaps their essence lacks a fundamental capacity for learning? Weapon bonuses stack with other items. Is that so? Is that so? I mean, weapons don't give stats though. They give things like accuracy, damage. I mean, maybe the final levels of these soulbound weapons are going to give some stats. I don't know. Okay, so this, the +2 stealth, should stack then. +1 stat. It does, you're right, you're right. Whispers of Yanwood, Ghost Sling Sword. +3 resolve from this scepter stacks. +2 constitution, -3 will. Yeah, you're right. There are some weapons with stats. Maybe we do have something that gives perception or resolve. I've been keeping the unique items. I've rebought the ones that I sold, and I bought the items, pretty much every unique item that was for sale in vendors, even if I'm not going to use them, to have them in my stash. I'm sure I'm missing some, but I have most of them. Yeah, we don't have anything with perception. We have this, but I don't think I can use this on anyone. Oh well.
Alright then.
I'll check the resting boat. Oh, wait, maybe... Ah, okay. Okay. It's not that I wasn't able to discover the secret object or whatever. It was behind it. What? Okay. Actually, that's not bad. And actually, that's kind of bad now. Yep. That's what I thought would happen. What are you doing, Hannah?
For Takoa!
That's it! Die!
Ansawu!
Hey.
Exceptional repair.
On the hunt.
Exceptional hatchets. Salky. Yeah, we already opened that, so this must be the final one. An elderly man hunches over a cluttered desk in the back of the workshop. His flesh is pulled tightly around thin, fragile-looking bones, except around his neck, where it hangs in loose waddles. He turns as you enter, a skull already chiseled into his lined face.
Back again? I told you.
He hesitates, squinting at you from behind smudged and dusty spectacles.
Of course, a fresh fool to replace the last fools. What brings you stomping through my workshop, eh?
He roars his words out, looking you up and down. A sneer creeps across his face. I sell false teeth, heard you could use a new set. Okay. That's rude. I've got questions about Durgan's battery and the White Forge. Let's ask, what were those things?
My work. And from the racket outside, I must assume you made a mess of them.
I think you're right. James. I think it's Matt Mercer. He scowls at you.
Come on, Galvino, they weren't your best work.
The voice echoes from within the golem.
And you are? I should melt you for parts, Amora.
Wait, say nothing.
But you come seeking the White Forge, like they all do.
He turns back to you.
Boys with smooth cheeks and wild dreams. Girls with bright ribbons tied next to their scabbards.
His voice rises and falls with the sing-song of mockery.
Old men and women, too, seeking a final blaze of glory before they're snuffed out for another turn at the wheel. Sound familiar?
His smile is rigid as he looks at you, and the corner of his eye twitches. I'd rather strive for greatness than wither in the shadows.
Pazzo! Most bold for one who came seeking my help.
His wrinkled face scrunches in fear.
I have this conversation with every pig-headed swashbuckler those Postonagos and stalwarts send here. Go see Galvino, they say. Surely he'll help you.
Must have slipped their minds what a busy and important fellow you are.
In the silence that follows, the temperature in the room seems to drop. Galvino glares at her.
I should have let them stone you. Would have silenced your endless rattling forever.
The hanging folds of skin beneath his neck tremble.
Then you'd have naught but those frostbitten inbreds for company.
Devil of Karok, what's that? I guess this is what it'd be like if Aloth and Isilmir were two separate people. Come now, I said nothing like either of them. You're upset. There's an old wound with Stalwart then?
The spiteful imbeciles destroyed my career, ruined years of work. But let us focus on the reason for your visit, yes? The villagers and their adventurers hammer and pry at the battery as if they were laying siege to some mouldering lord's keep.
He swats the air in front of his face.
But those stones were laid by some of the finest builders ever to have lived, disciples of Abidan in the truest sense. They will not fall by the whims of any kith. And the door itself, it is infused with living essence.
He holds his hands before him, and his eyes are wide with wonder. The dwarves themselves must have had a way of getting in.
Perfetto! This is the crux of the matter.
He claps his hands together.
The Pargrunen of Durgan's battery perished within their own keep, victims of a violent disagreement among their own commandants.
His mouth twists into a wicked grin.
Surely in the village you have heard stories, no? Disappearing caravans, tracks in the snow, screams from the high towers.
He pauses, watching her expression with a raconteur's glee. Well, go on. I like this story so far.
The work of spirits still trapped in the battery, and a testament to those impenetrable walls.
Itavelians, I believe they are called. He raps on the mortared stone of his own home.
But the door of the keep, the one the Pargrunen filled with essence, it was made to listen, to recognize its masters.
I sense a catch.
Traditional Aptapo cultures revolved around language. Words revealed who they were.
So we
and
have
where
to speak
they were
Mellon
from.
and enter, right? An interesting tradition. I could start introducing everyone in verse.
That is why you need a Kandek.
He holds up a twitching finger. Ah, yes, I believe those are anthems of sorts.
That's the simple explanation. A Kandek is a statement of purpose, a declaration of identity. Each is unique to its stronghold.
Seal your door with a key of words, and any liar can talk his way through. There's nothing built of words that won't break when the slightest stress is applied.
Thus, to enter a fortress like Durgan's battery, you would stand at the gate and recite its Kandek.
He spreads his arms, his face aglow. Thank you for sharing. That's very interesting.
Verus! A shame the Postonagos here cannot appreciate such elegance. To learn the Kandek, you must speak with one of the dwarves of Durgan's battery. A shame they are all dead, no?
He rubs his hands together, pacing. Well, I mean, we can kind of speak to the dead.
But no doubt their souls live on in one or two of the villagers of Stalwart. Like fine wine poured into a cheap pot.
The region curls his lips.
But to identify them, that is the first problem. You would need the skills of an animancer.
I am a watcher. The golem swivels her head sharply toward you, her mask of a face and the glass eyes behind it betray no emotion. But it seems as if she's watching you carefully.
A watcher? The Verus? If this is true, then you could find a sole descendant from Durgan's battery, no question. But the greater difficulty remains.
Calvino rubs his gaunt, whiskered cheeks.
You would have to learn the Kandek from the dormant soul. And to do that, you would have to awaken it.
But this awakening would be permanent, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes. Whoever you awaken will live with the memories and the personality of a past life. Maybe peacefully, maybe not.
His bony shoulders rise in a shrug.
That is why you must pay attention to the soul you would awaken, no? It is a monumental thing to impose on another, but these are the very people who wish to rediscover the White Forge, Verus.
He removes his spectacles and polishes the dirty lenses with his tunic. Awaken someone? How would I do that?
An awakening is merely the jolting of a dormant soul into consciousness.
He makes a bursting motion with his hands, displaying his fingers wide.
When such things happen normally, it is because something has reminded the subject of a past life, often violently so.
He smacks his workbench with surprising vigor. Aloth flinches. Wow, Aloth.
Thus, to awaken one of the former dwarves of Durgan's battery, you will need to address that soul, and preferably by name.
He folds his hands together, stippling his fingers.
But show some care. When you examine these souls, whatever it is you watchers do, you may see images, memories.
I mean, that's the idea, right? He leans forward, his back hunched.
These are moments of special import. What you see will tell you much about the person, and perhaps the condition in which they awaken.
He raises his hoary eyebrows and tilts his head back.
Awaken them from a traumatic memory, and who knows? Maybe they awaken thirsty for blood. Or maybe you awaken someone else.
Cackles again. Mitral, you mustn't do this. Condemn another to a fate like Merwald's. He shakes his head.
Here, this has been tuned to the Aeon of Durgan's battery. Use it near the villagers, and it should tell you if one has a soul old enough to have come from the battery.
He rummages around and produces an unfamiliar device. So the Cantac is all I need?
Who can say? None have yet opened Durgan's battery.
Calvino raises his hands, palms up.
But the ones that came before you, I think they got close. You may wish to find them and see what they discovered.
I found what's left of them, a journal and a tile.
Most interesting.
He adjusts his spectacles as he peers at the tile.
They spent many days at the battery door. This looks like something that once belonged there.
I see. Thank you for your help. He dismisses the thought with the wave of a hand.
It is a pleasure to have such a courteous guest for a change. A shame you must dirty your boots in Stalwart.
I'm going with her.
Ooh. The golem looks between you, her neck turning on its oiled joint.
You? Go to Stalwart? Is this your macabre sense of humor, or has something gone to rust in that beautiful head I crafted?
Calvino stares at her, agape.
No one will bother me
Okay.
while I'm with her. Besides, I can help her find people in Stalwart.
Golem's burnished face is eerily impassive.
You haven't been to Stalwart in 13 years. And this watcher sees souls.
Yeah.
What help could you be? Besides, I have need of you here. You owe whatever remains of your wicked life to me.
A frown sours on his lips as he taps his chest with a crooked finger. The golem says nothing, but her essence smolders. Resentment rises from her in shimmering waves. She swivels her head. What's the story between you two?
This charming specimen is a convicted murderer. The Devil of Carrick, she's called.
Mighty fine of you to start with my good qualities, and you wonder why we don't get more visitors.
Watching out Critical Role and you start hearing them everywhere. Yeah, I guess you're... It's been a while since I last watched.
Killed over a dozen people before they finally caught up to her in Stalwart. Perfect company for lonely camps and mountain passes, no?
He nudges you, all the while grinning wickedly at the emotionless golem.
Hey, I know how to start a campfire.
The only reason she's not a frozen corpse is because I convinced the old mayor to let me try an experiment.
Shadow passes over his face. Why did you build her?
Why build a fortress or a village or anything? To make something that keeps, that...
A disgusted sigh rattles in his throat.
It was the early days of the legacy. My peers in the colleges of Animancy were filling the Hollowborn with the souls of animals.
He pauses, scratching his chin. You're right. By comparison, this sounds perfectly sane. He rolls his eyes.
I thought there was a better way.
He's silent for several seconds, his gaze growing distant.
One with a Plum Academy job back in Salona? Don't forget that part.
He glares at her with narrowed eyes. Why is she called the Devil of Carrock?
She committed her first crime in the village of Carrack. Burned a family alive in their home.
He shrugs.
Did the same thing in half a dozen other villages, but the name stuck.
Hey Melandil, good to see you. How are you? Happy Saturday. Aren't you afraid she'll murder you?
She may be mad, but she's no fool. She wouldn't survive long on her own. If the villagers didn't send a hunting party after her, the elements would claim her. Her joints and mechanisms require maintenance, and she cannot perform all of it herself.
Did some gardening today. Took the hedge trimmer out for his spin. How is the weather? Is it not too hot for gardening?
See, he's reminding me. In case I get any bright ideas.
You put a person's soul into a metal body. Very nice. That's nice. I'm envious. He leans back, raising his hands.
Into a work of art! Look at this! Craftsmanship
Little heat
worthy of a
doesn't bother you.
jeweler.
Yeah, I wish I could say that. He traces the scroll work that runs along the golem's jaw.
Fully articulated joints, capable of grasping a pen and writing her own name.
He grabs her hand and delicately bends her tapered fingers.
And of crushing your throat.
She snatches her hand.
Show me another smith anywhere in the Deerwood who is capable of such delicacy and precision. She is a masterpiece.
Calvino steps back and takes a longer look at her. I take it your experiment didn't go over so well with the rest of the
Here we go.
She rolls her eyes, rasping them against her sockets.
They were going to stone her anyway. Why not allow her to be put to some useful purpose?
His lips curl back from yellowing teeth.
My life's ambition. To serve somebody's useful purpose.
I like this.
I approached Mayor Sinahiod and begged. He saw the potential and allowed me the privilege of attempting my little experiment.
He sneers at the words and the indignity they recall. His shoulders are stooped and his teeth bare.
Then I accomplished what few animancers have even dreamed of. No academic support, no patron. Just me in the middle of nowhere.
He jabs a finger into his concave chest.
Oh, now you got him all wound up.
Evil Geppetto.
I transferred a fully intact soul from a living subject to a fabricated body. She retained her personalities, her memories, all of it.
He claws at the air with one thick veined hand.
Yet the villagers saw only a stolen corpse.
He throws up his hands. That's all I wanted to know.
She's a fine specimen, her personality notwithstanding.
Honestly, I'm quite enjoying her personality. He waves one hand in a circular motion. Gollum says nothing but her. I'd like her to travel with me.
Quay? No, you don't know what you ask.
He shakes his head, waving his hands.
This woman, the Devil of Carrick, she was a notorious murderer, burned people alive all over the region. Besides, she works for me. After all, I am the one who preserved her.
He straightens his back and looks you up and down, taking your... By the way, Amelandul, this... the Photoshop. That's so good. How did you even think of that? I loved it. I really loved it. Thank you for that. Let me parade her around town. It'll infuriate those villagers. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
So you get use of the devil's services, and I get the satisfaction of knowing those stiffnecks are sweating through their small clothes, eh?
He sighs, but a smug grin has already worked its way across his face.
It's a deal.
Fine price for a blacksmith striker. Suppose I should be flattered.
And there you have it, a bargain.
Recruit Zahua and the Devil of Karok as companions. A rogue. A rogue.
New channel SFX request by Amalanduel.
Alright, I will add that. You get a rogue. I wonder if she's a better rogue than Mithril. Unfortunately, I cannot keep her in the party. We will talk to her later.
A moment. You are going back to Stalwart, yes?
Calvino gives...
Perhaps you could do me a favor.
Calvino gives you a thoughtful frown. Tell me about this favor.
There is a man in the village named Grinde, the head fisherman. The rest of Stalwart kisses his feet because he fills their stinking blades with speckleback. But I know he's not as virtuous as he seems.
His face crinkles in vicious glee. Seems like you have a history with Grinda.
That self-righteous meddler engineered my eviction from the village. He turned them all against me. Now I want him to feel the scorn of those mush-brained imbeciles.
What exactly do you want me to do to him?
Humiliate him, of course. Show his neighbors what he truly is, and let him live with the disgrace.
He points vaguely in the direction of the village, his thin arm trembling.
He's always been a ripple sponge addict. Just got good at hiding it once his sainted sister died and left him in charge of the fishery. But he keeps a stash in the fishery, sneaks in at night when the others have gone home, and emerges sluggish and red-eyed a few hours later. I want you to expose him. Go to the fishery after dark when it's empty. Find his ripple sponge and show it to Renengild.
I see.
Do not answer me now. But when you return to that festering eyesore and smell the stink of fish that hangs in the air, Consider what I've said.
He grins.
Your misgivings collect like grime on a doorstep. But think, if this Green Day is a fraud, does he not deserve to be exposed? But be sure to approach the fishery by night, when it's empty. They will give you no end of trouble if they see you stealing during the day.
Farewell. We'll consider it. Hey, get out of there. Wait, get out of where? This appears to be a crude rendering of the mountains surrounding Bergen's battle.
Hey.
Galvino's resonance amplifier, 100 per encounter. Yay! We can use it a lot. Perfect. Free athletics. Keep the stouts. 3 stouts. Alright, oh. There's another container here.
Hey.
Alright, we are done here. So what I will do is I will take a short break. Less than 5 minutes. When I'm back, we are going to talk to another companion. And then we are going to continue exploring this map before we go back to Stalwart Village. So let's stop the timer. Let's get a save. Let's pause the game. I will be back very soon. Thank you for your patience with the ads. They are not going to last too long. And I shall be back. See you next. Hopefully I don't need to gather my parties to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
QP comes in behind the soldiers with nothing but jocks and sunglasses. That was amazing. Hey, PQC. Demo? No, I don't think you can spam them yet. We are not... we haven't progressed the game stage enough. Yes, exactly, that's what I was thinking about Game Out. QP is an absolute chat for sure. Look at him. Look at him. He saved the day. Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this, if you hear explosions and rocks falling,
what if the power went out?
Don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. Oh, is it the jump? Can I fall on the first aid kits and get healed? Yes! However, the net result is still, it costs. Every once in a while, I like to lie on the ground in an infested mine full of aliens for a month and a half. You know, for detox purposes. What is that? Grandmaster level grenade throwery. You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. Wow, that's loud and long. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance. Another chance to take it. Really, game? Really?
Hi.
Don't pick at it, Max. It's too hard to get back in the socket.
Jimmy, I don't know how I got here, but I'm sorry for all the things I said. Don't worry, baby. Now that you're back in my life, nothing can stop me now. I'm unbeatable.
Thanks for the glove, Jimmy.
I'm feeling full of the Christmas spirit already.
Where to, Sam?
We're off to the north.
I'm back. I'm back. Let's continue.
I shall be discreet.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Pat. Let's talk to Iravius.
As a peripatetic loner, I'm not privy to the latest news, but the Hollowborn Children is a tale that has reached even my reclusive ears. Or, rather, ear.
So we have completely forgotten to talk to this companion since we recruited him, actually. We never talked. What do Glenfatten druids think of this plight?
It's been a long time since I've spoken with my circle. They'd probably tell you what I'd tell you. This plight was most certainly the consequence of someone trespassing into Nguithan places, not meant for folk. I mean, what else other than the gods could inflict punishment of such impressive scale?
What are your thoughts on the Hollowborn?
Any time a life is separated from its soul, I wanted to pretend it was just a rumor when I first heard of it. In my youth, I'd cursed the dear Woodens for being ignorant despoilers that breed out of control. But soulless babies? What heartless gods would inflict that kind of tragedy? No parent or child deserves to be a part of that horror.
Let's talk of other matters.
Need something?
Tell me about yourself.
My second favorite subject.
He runs his fingers through his scalp, preening his fur.
What would you like to know?
How did you come to be trained as a druid? Travis thumbs his half-shredded ear and thinks to himself for several seconds. It wasn't entirely by choice, not at the start at least. My ambition was to be a hunter. I merely arrived by a different trail. As a child, an Anaphath came to visit. An honored guest is occasion for a grand chase, but I was left out. Instructed instead to be the cupbearer to the old wise one while the rest were on hunt. I'm sure you can guess what happens. Wise Anaphath gives dumb child a shred of attention. We ended up talking until the hunter returned. He gave me... His hands darted across his body, scouring the pockets and folds of his tunic. This. He presents a rusted iron medallion fashioned in the likeness of a hound's head, a common icon amongst the frontiersmen, explorers, and other seekers faithful to Galavan. The Anaphath insisted I be trained and none in my village would defy him. Now, he smiles broadly, I don't need a bow to hunt. Where are you from originally?
My mother's crotch. You?
What a coincidence, I also came from your mother's crotch.
For the record, only I'm allowed to insult my mother. But I respect your dedication to banter, so I'll let it slide. This time.
He narrows his one eye at you.
I grew up in Glonfoth, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher Crane tribe, are migrant stewards of the land. I've walked the whole of Glonfoth many times.
What's the story behind the symbol of whale on your eye patch? Whale is known as the eyeless face, so his symbol seemed a good fit for my eye patch. He absent-mindedly runs his finger along the strap of the patch. Whale iconography is rather popular in my home tribe, but it seems he's not as widely venerated here in the Deerwood. Foul-mouthed. I remember thinking that if I consecrated my eye on he who obfuscates and reveals, then maybe with enough devotion, Whale actually, I'm not sure. Whale would make use of that old ruined thing. He pulls on the eye patch strap and lets it go with a loud snap. So, if you think you see me staring at rumps and cleavage, it's really just the will of Whale controlling my gaze. Honest. What's your relationship with Galawan? Galawan. I was raised as a disciple of the Secret God. He is the champion of the hunt, be it the simple struggle for sustenance or the scholarly pursuit of knowledge. In my older years, I found... He cuts himself off, shakes his head, starts again. Life has shown me I am more suited to the ways of Vale. The furious hunt for knowledge often outpaces the journey to real understanding. Vale. That's an I-L, right? I can't quite make out. Yeah, whale. Druids are known for changing into animals. What sort of creatures can you become? He takes a half step backward as you ask the question. All sorts of things, he says quietly with a long, uncomfortable face. Ravi stares at you blankly, arms folded. Let's discuss some. Val. Something like that. That's an unusually terse response from you. What are you holding back? I can't have secrets in my group. Out with it already. Anyone with your scars has a story to tell. I'm just going to ask you later if you don't tell me. Let's go with perception. That's an unusually terse response from you. What are you holding back?
It's a long story, and I haven't really told it before to an outsider, so bear with me. I struggled with spirit shifting, the final rite of passage in my druidic training. I prayed to Galawain for insight, and, in the style of seekers of old, went to the forest, alone, to ask for guidance. Then I got my answer, an answer at least, in the form of a vibrantly colored Stelgar that pounced from the underbrush and made a salient demonstration of its capacity to eat things 1/15th its size.
That's terrible. I'm thankful you managed to survive. As awful as that sounds, it's one amazing rite of passage.
Well, Oh, you actually meant that. Thanks. My kin didn't find anything positive about this tale.
He blushes and looks down at his feet with a smirk. What?
As the beast was lopping off bits of my handsomeness, I remember trying to fight back, swinging with arms too short to reach. I felt I had the energy for one last swipe at the beast's nose, and when I lashed out with a punch, my arm felt twice as massive, and my fingers sprouted talons. In a rush of power, I shifted into a mirror of my assailant. Apparently, he couldn't pick on someone his own size. By the battle's end, his severed arm was in my maw. The beast limped away in defeat.
That's quite an impressive tale. I thought learning to spirit shift would win me some respect, maybe trap myself an Adirian lass with a lust for little man. Alas, I might have been better off staying a novice. When I wandered back to my village, they saw my wounds and asked what happened. I showed them. The name they called my form was the Autumn Stelgar, and... His mouth opens, but he hesitates for a long moment before choosing his words. They were not impressed. The Ria of my circle believes the Autumn Stelgar to be a heinous abomination. It is said that if it eats you, your soul is invariably lost. As this was my first and most intuitive form, they deemed me a carrier of its evil. Even though I never so much as threatened my kin, I was ruled unfit and cast out. Gravis sighs, scratching his scarred face. I don't know what message Galawain was trying to send. The only lesson I learned was that the Secret God will punish you for seeking. You didn't choose your spirit shifting form. No, he says with a huff. It chose me, or so I imagine. I always assumed I would shift into a stoat. Seems more true to my nature. He points to the embossed pattern of Vale on his eye patch. Vale. As the obscure teaches, when the answer is inscrutable, one must be content to ponder the question. So you are some sort of soul cannibal. Ravi stares at you with a frown before covering his face with his hands. No, he mutters. At least I think not. I never actually sat down and eaten an entire person to find out. I'm not that curious to find out. Were you at least recognized as a proper druid? His brow furrows. No, but I know I passed the initiation rite 5 times more peerless than any of those kin betrayers that insisted I was a failure. Can you learn to spirit shift into something less terrifying? Already can, and sometimes do, he says with a beaming smile that quickly returns to a scowl. But the druids of my circle assign great meaning to one's first form. I'll always be unclean to them. I think Val would enjoy people struggling over different pronunciation of his name. Thank you for sharing your story.
Well, if you don't know me, you can't trust me. And if you can't trust me, odds are low you'll leap in front of a flying arrow to save my life.
They're still low.
I've been meaning to visit the druids of Twin Elms to see if they know more about my spirit shift. If our journey takes us there, perhaps they can enlighten me with more information about the Autumn Stelgar. But for now, maybe we can talk about something less depressing?
I want to hear more about Galawain Unwell. He stares at you blankly with his one eye. Oh, not sure what more there is to say on the subject, unless you were itching for a religious debate. Tell me more about your thoughts on Well. I came to know Well in earnest in the first year of my exile. I asked myself why Galawain would punish me for asking questions. What just unfair god would punish me for doing as he asks? Questioning why I had been mauled just drove me mad. At the height of my worry, I would have dreams where I only saw with my injured eye. My healthy eye became blind in my dreams. He lifts up the eye patch to gently itch at the socket. You catch a quick glimpse of a puckered and scarred abscess under the well embroidered patch. So one afternoon, I stitched a stylized eye motif on the patch. I like to think of it as my self-initiation rite into the brotherhood of Well. Well is not an intrusive or overbearing deity. He does not freely dispense wisdom and expects all of us to question and explore with our own minds. Well reminds me that curiosity is being receptive to any and all truths, not hunting for any one answer. Has Well ever actually spoken directly to you, or sent you a sign? No, never directly, he says with a smile, which is as it should be, given what he represents. I especially like how Well never sends wild beasts to maul me, but maybe I have low expectations of such things. Let's speak of something else. What more can you tell me of the Galawain? A frown overcomes his face as he ponders your question. Consider it a lapsed devotion. I will always respect the secret god, but he visited ruination on me when all I sought was knowledge, just as he thought it should be. He measures his fingers together and flexes his digits until the joints pop and click. Galawain left his mark on me. When I see my shifted reflection, I'm reminded of his presence. Galawain still inspires my fear, just not my worship. In fairness to Galawain, you did learn to spirit shift after the attack. Are you not thankful for that? Ravius stares at you in silence for a long moment before erupting. Thankful? Thankful for being marked as a pariah? He tears a chunk of red and orange off the side of his head with a growl. You see tiny buds of new hairs begin to regrow almost instantly. He lets out a sigh until his little body stops shaking. I respect what you are trying to say. Yes, Galawain gave me my new form, and I certainly wasn't learning it on my own. I guess he tries to make eye contact, but his gaze falls to the ground. I guess I'm thankful that he gave me a true hunter's form, just as I. Maybe I'm the fool for wanting the wrong. Tell me about Air Glanfeth. It's a verdant land of history, culture, and natural beauty. His voice falls into a half whisper as he adds, and we already have enough unwanted trespassers, so I recommend you never visit. That's so hilarious. I love that line. Do you miss it? Used to, he says with a slight frown. He scratches his shredded ear and looks east. It's home. I'll go back eventually, but he turns his attention to his shoulder and picks a small seed from the fibers of his tunic. See this? He holds up the seed. I know, just a seed, but I've never seen this type before, and I'm itching to find out what grows from it. Every day I see something new out here. I'll return home eventually, but for now my curiosity exceeds my nostalgia so. Why should I avoid Air Glanfeth? He looks at you puzzled. There are no cities to visit, no centers of commerce to explore. It would seem most visitors come to our lands to pillage the Angwitan ruins. The ancient Angwitans gave the forests of our ancestors, and in return we watch their ruins and see to it that they remain untouched. And before you ask, no, we don't have a secret passphrase or hand gesture. Nobody enters the ruins, not even the guardians and watchers. What can you tell me of your tribe? I am from the Fisher Crane tribe. Most of my people live far to the southeast, in and around the Thane bog. He weaves his fingers together and cracks his joints in a flexing motion of wet snow. The tribe is not one of the great renown, but we. Ravius paused for a moment. They protect their lands in accordance with the sacred oath of all. As it pains me to say it, I wouldn't want any other tribe's name attached to my own. Did you grow up in the bog? Only briefly. Here, let me show you something. Don't commit any of it to memory, please. Travis rolls up his sleeves and shows you his forearms. The soft brown fur of his arms is lined with faint stains of henna and scar tissue. This is where I grew up, on the migration trail. I had it marked on my arms during my training. While much of the tribe guards the Thane bog year-round, many of us, including the Circle of Hawk and Ivy, honor the oath by patrolling lesser-known ruins scattered throughout the lands. He points at several of the henna crescents on his forehead. BSU houses take only what we can carry and move camp every 2 moons to ensure that all our sacred sites are visited at regular intervals. This nomadic patrol is how my druid circle came to name itself. We circle and protect like hawks, but we only ever perch on the ivy of the ruins, that is, nearby trees, never to enter the builder's lips. Why aren't the fisher cranes well regarded? Because the other tribes are insufferable, sibling spawn. He grins broadly and stares at you for several silent moments. I suppose the fisher cranes have a reputation for being passive and reluctant to fight, which is another way of saying the other tribes fight hard while we fight smart. Our namesake, the fisher crane, is a marshland raptor that remains stark still from sunrise to noon. We are invisible stewards of the land, and patient hunters of those who trespass. The three-tusked Stelgar tribes see our methods as soft and unbecoming, but I hear they use the same word for cousin as they do for whore in their dialect. Just an observation. Would you join a different tribe? Gravius frowns and shakes his head. There are tribes that would take me. The twice-split arrows adopt outcasts like myself, but their ways are not my own. Some of them even live under roofs. How obtuse! He looks off to the southeast and sighs. I long for home. Not just any home, but Vale has made my wanderings fruitful, and I accept that it may not be until my soul passes that I rejoin the Fisher-Queens. I had some other questions about Air Glanfeth. Aren't most Orleans in Air Glanfeth wild?
Wild? Yes, I suppose all of us were a bit wild as my tribe was migratory and we didn't live in permanent houses.
I knew he would give a response like this.
But I understand what you're trying to ask. Yes, a slight plurality of Glanfath and Orleans have forest plumage. Growing up with meadow plumage, I was assumed to be weaker than others my age. The huntmaster of my tribe only chose apprentices from the forested kin, or rather, wild Orleans, as they're called amongst slave-owning bigots, as well as bigots too broke to own slaves. I grew up in Air Glanfath, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher Crane tribe, are migrant stewards of the land. I've walked the whole of Glanfath many times.
Wait, I'm not done?
So, here's an interesting
I got a
fact.
quest.
I once ate 7 owls while spirit shifted, then returned to my original form, and the owls didn't expand in my gut and kill me. Well, fine. I thought it was interesting.
What do the Glanfathans think of the Deerwood and his people? Gravius spits. Foreign looters obsessed with wealth and wine. May their bowels be obstructed with pus-weeping nodules, every one of them. His skull lingers and he scratches at his ear stump. Not that you're asking for a neutral party. When I was an insufferable child, and I usually was, my parents told me Deerwoodans would enslave me in this life and the next if I didn't pay. But I'm in their lands now, and I will, in the interest of academic fairness, admit that I met several decent, mostly non-rabid Deerwoodans. He looks askance and folds his arms. But my suspicion about them all being drunkards has proved entirely accurate. I wonder what great wonders they'd accomplish if they all sobered up.
I grew up in Air Glanfath, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher Crane tribe, are migrant. What would you like to know?
We keep hearing the same thing. Pull him aside from the group. Can we discuss our party members?
Curious about your compatriots? Whom in particular?
Okay. What do you think of Adair?
He's nasty, brutish, and tall. So 2/3 like me, I suppose. The circumference of his neck exceeds the circumference of my torso at its thickest point.
Wow.
They sure do breed them big and dumb in the Deerwood, don't they?
Wait, Adair is not dumb.
No, I'm being a brat. Truthfully, I think the guy's a lot more gentle than he pretends. He's certainly got a big heart for animals, at least, which is rather telling of who he is under that soldier exterior.
What do you make of Alof?
Oh, him? Him I don't mind too much. Though I could pitch a tent with the pole wedged up his anus. I could smell something funny on him. 2 cents? Not quite. Well, whatever it is, take note of his mood swings. I don't think he's unstable. I just think he has a lot going on up there.
Yeah, I think this comment would make more sense if we had not known about his awakened condition, isn't there? Sagani, what's your impression?
She actually steps lightly when we travel outdoors, which is more than I could say for the rest of you. They do things differently where she's from, but she knows her way around the woods almost as well as I do. Almost.
Any thoughts on Kanarua? Hey Scott, welcome. How are you doing? It's great to see you.
Oh, I think I could fit 3 of me, plus a remainder of a 4th Heravius inside that giant. Gods, am I glad he's friendly. And between you and me, he has a better singing voice than the prettiest lasses I know from my tribe. It's 1 part unsettling, 2 parts arousing. And it makes me wish I still had both ears.
I'm doing well, thank you. Enjoying Clues of Eternity. How about you, Scott? How are you doing today? Thoughts on Grieving Mother?
Who? Oh, right. The peasant woman that's been traveling with us?
Oh, the peasant woman. So of course, he doesn't really see, and no one except us actually see her for what she actually is.
I guess I haven't kept a close eye on her. Not sure what to say. She seems harmless enough, but she must be a glutton for trouble if she's traveling with us.
Yeah, the weather
She'd probably be safer on her own.
Apparently, it's better in some parts of Europe today. Not here, and clearly not in Scotland. It's unbearable here as well. Tell me your thoughts on Durance.
Oh, love at first sight. It's like wow carved an ever-changing gash in his brain, and every hour he's a different flavor of angry. Durance makes me feel like I'm the sane one. He smells like fear in the mornings and rage in the afternoons. I'm keeping my eye on him. He's a laugh, but he might someday be a problem.
I wonder if this game would do that to us. You know what Planescape Torment does with Ignis? He becomes a problem. Without going into too much detail. I wonder if Durance is going to be a problem, now that Heravius says it. Hope the heat kills the midges. What? That's all for now. Let's continue our
We can
journey.
speak another time. Lead the way.
Okay, we are going to talk to Durance also in half an hour or something.
I'll take a peek. There's something you don't see every day.
Following your lead.
You can trust me.
Can I?
Quiet.
A man stands on the middle of the road without lowering the blade that rests on his shoulder. He takes 2 steps forward as if to speak for the group behind him. I was hoping for another gift bearer. They always carry surprises, and we love surprises. By we, of course, I mean me and this. The man taps the hilt of his sword. It'll be quick. Try to stay still. Really? Really? You wanna die? Is that it? Fine. I'll grant your wish. Priest, wizard. Okay, let's send without wasting any time.
Lava. Mowing.
This is
That's not the...
Ooh, ooh, ooh. You see that? 161. Where is that? No, it's not 161, is it? It says 41. What is this? I don't know.
Very helpful.
That's it! Yeah! Curses! Yeah! That's it!
Hey.
Oh. Right. A soulbound item. A recurring signature in the pages of this notebook indicates that it belonged to someone named Ixtli. The pages contain an assortment of entries. Some notes list collection of items alongside their purported value. Other pages are scribbled with notes about the land. A map of the rusted wood marks an important body of water. Next to it, there are several underlined notes. They read, "No talk, Tlokotl. Formalities first, of course, and she'll come up. Koala Mika. She's a good girl and likes to hear it before she swims down. Sitlak Koala. Just make sure she likes to fish for a job well done." This is what happens when two murder hobo groups clash. Yes, one of them is Nomar. Spirit Shield. I had Spirit Shield on someone. Did I not? I'm pretty sure I... Yes, I did. Oh, no, of course. This is it. Let's not get myself confused anymore. Two-handed, 25 chance to cast, destroys vessels on hits. Just destroys. Barbarian Fighter Paladin. Are you sure you want the soul bind? Sure. Deal 1000 damage to enemies. 200 damage to spirits. So when we fight spirits, maybe I will switch to this one. Great Pally weapon. Yeah, I'm not using Pelagina. I don't think I'm likely to use her. The road continues, climbing for a short distance before turning sharply down into the pass. There's one thing that I'm curious about. Don't answer this, by the way. This is not a question. Just something that's on my mind. You know, in some games such as Dragon Age Origins, your companions are... all of them are used at the end game. I think Mass Effect was also like that. One of the Mass Effect. I wonder if this is the case, and I wonder if it would serve to equip them even if I'm not using them. You know, the 6 companions that I'm not using. Maybe it's a good idea to equip them. This crate is empty, though it smells strongly of fish. I guess I could give them some items for sure. Why not? Like Final Fantasy VII, the old one. I wouldn't know, but yeah. Oh, actually, I might have seen the final battle of Final Fantasy VII on stream.
How may I help?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I might know what you're talking about. So this is a bounty fight, which is always difficult. I have to kill the wizard for sure. Let's give them a second to... Oh no, this is a problem. Dominated 18 seconds. Let's cast this. You had some issues with things like that, and you are not a fan. Drops to completion the wrong way because they will be loud. Yeah. When you like battles or sequences using all companions, subverting the party size limit, you had all game. Me? No, but that's not what Dragon Age Origins did, for example. In Dragon Age, you would split your party. And in Mass Effect, I think, from what I remember, they would be used in encounters, but you would not complete all of them. Oh, you were asking Geronimus, and you do like it. I don't think I would. It's tough enough to control 6 characters. Controlling 12, I wouldn't be able to do it. Oh, you're asking everyone, okay. No, I don't think I would. I really love it. Okay. Let's start now. Oh. Well, that's good. One of them is fighting a troll over there. It's not fun to be forced naked into a fight, yeah. As long as you get a heads up beforehand, you usually don't put equipment characters you don't use. Yeah. Wait, what am I doing? Let's take the cipher. You focus on this. What? How did Kana get there? Cypher is down. Oh, you know what? The troll is helping us.
And that's...
How may I help you?
Bullseye.
I have.
If you're interested in group skirmish, you would have to begin bonuses that stimulate the player to dress up their party. Yeah, this game doesn't really do that, right?
This thing isn't doing the job.
Okay, cause stun deflection 25 times. 15% chance to stun on hits or critical hits. Gotta level up. Unique flail. Chance to cast dazing. Rare against treachery. It's cool. But not something I would want. I mean, I guess it is good to have here. To be able to cast it in combats. If you want to. You only interact with an NPC in the group based on your relationship with them. So the NPC could say, "Don't touch my stuff," if the reaction is just professional. I think there are games like that. At least there are some games which don't let you take items off from your companions freely. And I am not sure if any of them do eventually allow you to take them off if they trust you enough. I can't think of one on the top of my head, but there are certainly games that don't allow you to remove certain items from certain companions.
Hey.
Wrath of the Righteous is like that.
Of course.
In the trampled bloody slush around this toppled wagon, you spy tracks leading south along the path. Also, they don't listen to you if you are not a good leader and outright betray you if things go bad. That is in Wrath of the Righteous, or is that in your dream design, Geronimus?
That's not very helpful.
I cannot remember right now which game it was, but I'm sure I played a game in which sort of your leadership skill affected the way your companions behaved. Maybe it was not even an RPG though. I can't remember what it was, but I remember something like that. You wonder if being forced to use all companions at once could be frustrating for a substantial number of players. There may be other reasons why we leave certain characters behind that we can't plan away, like their classes, personalities. Honestly, I think for majority of players would prefer to focus on the limited number of companions that they want to have for whatever reason and not bother with the rest unless they really want to. If it is forced upon them, I think majority would be frustrated. But what Verimama says is also another correct thing. Games are not obligated to avoid frustrating all players, although too much frustrating a player will make a game unsuccessful in the traditional terms, like reviews and player satisfaction and sales. So they are all concerns when you think about the sector in general.
This thing is...
For example, a game like Kingdom Come, they did a lot of design choices that frustrate other players, right? That can be found questionable design.
This thing isn't doing the job.
I'm not sure what that says about the game. Was the bad game? Was the non-successful game? Definitely not. No. It still made other players unhappy. And it sold a lot. It received great reviews.
This thing isn't doing the job.
I think if you have a coherent design, set of coherent design choices and you stick to them, I think the game will turn up to be a good one. Whatever those design choices might be.
Margaret's fire casts light in dark places.
Battery Watchtower. Let's take a look at here. Oh, we just climb, okay. As you grab the bow, it vibrates with a strange and familiar energy. Searching your pack, you find a silver arrow that you found lodged in an injured winter wall. As you hold the bow and arrow together, the arrow suddenly snaps into place. You hear a crackling hum, and a pale ribbon of light begins to form between the ends of the bow. When you pull the arrow back, you feel a very solid resistance. No. No. No, I just spec'd into Gunner. Oh wait, it cannot bind with a rogue anyway. I can give this to Sagani, I guess. Man, I was scared. I mean, I could always respec, of course. I don't know. I don't know why I feel so strongly about these things. Chanter's Cipher Ranger. Let's put this here, we'll give it to Sagani. Hello Loartu, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel, hope you're having a good time. I was just
Easy does it.
Making people play characters they don't like could be frustrating if it's just done for no reason, but if it's narratively compelling, I think most players would be okay
Your
with
sound
something
card
like
works
an attack on the
perfectly.
place where all their characters stay when they are not forward to card. Thank you for the follow, Loartu. Thank you. Welcome to the channel again. Fair enough, however, there's a parallel concerning giving players a chance to learn all the companions before they plunge into something like that, but in my experience, such encounters always occur towards the end of the game. Maybe there's not much point in letting players try out at that point. Honestly, in most games, I dislike being forced to have a companion in my party when I don't make that choice myself. It might end up being better for me, but I feel like whenever that is imposed, I feel under pressure and uncomfortable as a player. Okay, we have to climb from somewhere else.
Alright then.
You remember playing this game a long time ago. Are you a fan? Did you like it? What kind of a character did you play? Okay, here we leveled up also. So all our characters are level 12 now. We can get the superb enchantments if we get the materials, which are some dragon parts actually. So I don't think those enchants will be as common as exceptional and fine. Savage attack. He always plays Ranger Thief. Yeah, me too. I almost exclusively play rogue characters, rogue or rogue-like characters in RPGs, and in this one also we are playing a crossbow user rogue. Sniper, bowman, murder hobos unite. Hey, yes, for sure. I'm not a murder hobo. Come on, that's unfair. A lot of people deserve to be killed, though, and I grant it to them. I don't necessarily enjoy it. What do I want for you? I don't want this for sure. Yes, I can. Exactly. I'm a murder noob. You won't play Rogue at Witcher. I didn't realize Witcher had classes. Interruptible blows. You know what? This might be great for the shapeshift form. But maybe we make Travis a little bit stronger. He has some problems staying alive whenever he's focused. You know, some deflection could go a long way. He has pretty light armor to be quick. So that's one choice. The other choice is clearly more damage, which is always great. I don't know though, is it overkill to get a third one? No, a second one, like Corrode? I don't know. I don't know, Fast Runner? Hiravis is the one that moves around the most, honestly. And defense when disengaging could also be useful. There are so many good things. They are not better than each other necessarily, but choosing is the... By the way, what race is the dragon? Is it a beast? Can someone tell me? Witcher doesn't, but you can have a crossbow build. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, I've never played Witcher, any of the Witchers. Maybe if it gets selected to be played, I will get them. Maybe I should try to focus. I mean, honestly, probably most of the difficult encounters in this game will be dragons, right? I think there is more than one dragon fight in this game, I would guess. I don't know for sure. As I said before, I did see a screenshot of a dragon fight on the Steam community page earlier without getting any more details about it. I did see the thumbnail. I don't think it was the Alpine dragon that we encountered, so there's at least one more, I am thinking. But I could be wrong, of course. Barely any dragons. I know there is at least one. We found the dragon, and I had to run away. It was very... Having said that, you should probably not tell me what is and what's not in the game, because this is a fully spoiler-free channel unless I ask for help. Yeah. That's okay. Let's go with deflection.
Hey.
I don't mind slight comments like that, Parrots.
Of course.
There are 1 million dragons left. Finishing this game is hard work. No, I don't believe that for a second. Unconquerable, what is that? Snide comments? No. I thought... Never mind. 2 intellect while endurance above 50.5% focus gain while endurance above 50%. Focus gain? So this is a cipher item.
Hey.
One second. There are 1 billion. I'm going to have to make a group of dragon slayers. It's basically gonna drag. Fine. Fine. If that's the case, I will have to adapt my playstyle. I will switch to story mode difficulty. That's all. Where are you going? But this must be the battery entrance. Let's check here first. No change in playstyle. That's difficult. Yeah. That is how I adapt. That is the best of my ability. If every other encounter from this point on was dragon difficulty, I would definitely lower the difficulty. What do you do with games that don't have difficult settings? I don't know. What game is very difficult without a difficulty setting? Can anyone think of a few ones that you think are very difficult and don't have difficult settings? Better if they are RPGs. Souls-like? Oh, that is a genre. That the genre is, which I don't play exactly. But not because they are difficult. That's not the reason I don't play them. I just don't enjoy the third-person action aspect of it. I don't play other third-person action games.
That
either.
caravan must have had a half
You
ton
wanna
of
be the
steam.
Boshi.
Coinmaster Zoltan's finally getting his way.
Tetris. Yeah, I guess, but Tetris does get faster as you play. It doesn't start difficult. It becomes difficult. Caravan must have had a half ton of steel. Coinmaster Zoltan's finally getting his way.
For now, the other commandants will have his head.
Only if they don't tear each other to pieces first. I heard Maroon and Exandru.
Shh. Last thing I want is to get on Maroon's bad side.
Fine, just say the words then. I'm getting hoarse.
Chess? Well, chess is also... The difficulty of chess
They'll never know I'm
is
here.
according to your opponent, right? The game itself is actually pretty simple. The rules are not very difficult to learn or remember.
The lesser the man, the
Unless
greater
you're
the
playing
things he
Blitz.
builds to compensate for it.
Though the wind and ice have pried long, jagged cracks in the walls, the doors feel as solid and as cold as a glacier. Gilded panels are arranged in columns along the doors, though most depict scenes from daily life, dwarves chiseling at tunnel walls, holding minecarts, or feasting at long tables. One pane at eye level catches your attention. It's a relief showing a crenellated wall and, above it, an indentation in the shape of an N. Examine the relief. Peering closer, you notice the anvil-shaped impression is strangely dull and smooth, if it hasn't been exposed to the elements for long. Judging by the depth of impression, you suspect that it's a socket for a tile or relief of some kind. Furthermore, you see well-worn grooves alongside the anvil socket. Place the anvil tile in the relief. The anvil-shaped tile fits perfectly in the impression. You feel a warm thrum in your fingertips as you snap it into place. Leave it for now. Examine the relief. Push the door. Even with all of your weight behind it, it doesn't budge. So we need to find the metal. Have I explored all of this map? I think so. Apart from this, I don't think we can go there yet, can we? Is there a way to go there yet? No. Okay. We are done on this map for now. We have to go back to Stalwart Village. But I think it's time to talk to Durance first. You think the Gold Bugs games lack difficult settings? You might be right. And they can be difficult, yeah. I never played them. They can be frustrating. Not really tactically difficult, but you know, in a way that old games can be difficult in their gameplay and design choices. I'd like to try them at some point. And what must you say now? This is the only companion that we can ask to leave, right? We don't get a choice with any other. I'm going to try this and reload from it. If he actually leaves.
What?
I want to see the dialogue. I'm not going to add a reload, so full disclosure. I'm trying this for science. I need you to leave. Keep these treasures. I have no need of them, and I cast them away as I cast away the memory of you. Let your simple-mindedness be your burden. He just left. Wow. So we can ask him to leave, which again is another thing that tells me Durance is a different, special kind of companion. It will probably be more clear later in the next act. I had questions I wanted to ask you.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Why were you supposed to meet? The why of you is you're a watcher, he snorts. A watcher runs two roads of why. For me, it's more of a matter of what. There was a time when I wouldn't have spared a thought for your words, or even bothered with you, but now, seeking out watchers is what I do. To put the truth to them, to see which of the two ways they bend. He smiles slightly taunting. Truth? What kind of truth? Either you're a dry field in need of a harvest burning, he frowns for a moment, his eyes flat, or you're lost in the darkness. Either way, you can see differently from others. He gives a half smile, and his tone becomes accusing. I can tell by the way you noticed the staff first. Not many can see it at first, nor the etchings or the flames, but your eyes. He stares at you, almost eagerly nodding. Your eyes trace the path. That I could see. So which are you, a dry field or lost in darkness? Durance's face tenses. The day we don't trade that question back and forth is the day our paths no longer need to be joined. And the trial. Durance's hand clenches his staff. The trial is done. You are putting me on trial then. You know this nation is diseased. Don't need to be a watcher to see it in their children, the politics, the men that stalk the roads with knives in hands and murder in their eyes. This land needs life again, new seeds planted in the burned soil. His voice drops, mocking, and his eyes narrow. And something tells me you can see the path of making that future happen, Watcher. Your kind always is. So then, we need to make sure you see truly now. This nation, its people, don't need any more lies blinding them. Nor do I. You test the truth. You don't blindly accept. And how do you plan to test me? Sharing the road, of course. One truth to match another, matching each other's pace, keeping rhythm. Other priests can keep their teachings and rantings. For my faith, my teaching, sharing the road is a simple, hard truth. His smile widens, and his hands tap against his waist once, then twice. And when you knock on one truth against the leg of another, why? Both legs stand firm. But now, if you strike a lie at the knee with the same force, his smile dies and his eyes narrow. Why? You make a cripple with but one leg to stand. With but one leg to stand. You won't find my truth black. The road is young, so are your words. The truth will win out. Keep pace and we'll see. Let me ask you about something.
The cost of troubling me seems to worry you little.
I wanted to ask you about the region and its history. Durin's grunts. Do you think there is any tie between Hollowborn and the Godhammer?
Aethys was the god of rebirth, and his light does not fall on the deer wood. I've heard some claim it's his doing, his death. It's closed the halls to new souls. I doubt it. The Hollowborn have their roots in the acts of men, women. I feel it.
Can you tell me about the Hollowborn?
That's a curse that runs deeper. It's a godhammer of a different sort, and like the godhammer, it was made by men's hands.
All things have a price. Left unchecked, faithlessness, virtues, it leaves marks on souls. Until souls don't have the strength to enter bodies that are pure. Animancers, ciphers, all who play games with the fabric of souls are to blame for the barren field they live. Durance glares at you. Even watchers can do the same. Some simply watch. Others try to weave souls, guide them as surely as Wade went across Evan Deur. Even Deur. He turns away. That is why I correct the Hollowborn when I find them, and the one whose hands have led to the seed being spilled on the ground. Corrects the Hollowborn?
There are fewer souls. There are more vessels. It is simply equaling of the process.
So it doesn't bother you to end them.
I feel more remorse in putting down a slathering hound. A wict? Less than a mongrel in its misery. Murder is a kindness, not a crime. Always has been. I would sooner put the blade to those who are to blame instead. If any spirit should be punished, it's theirs.
And who is to blame? The fields of the Deerwood are filled with weakness, ripe for those that play with souls' minds. His face wrinkles in a frown. Animancers and their kind, watchers too. They bear more of the burden than their victims, and more of the punishment. Every year has seen a new crime, the Saints' War, the Hollowborn, and the Salvation. There's no proof watchers are to blame for these events. When there are few who can shape a soul in such a fashion, Duran stares at you. And any watcher, any true watcher born in the Deerwood would be able to see the crime even if they did not cause it. Silence itself is damning. Why don't you end me then?
Murder you? I would not grant you any of them. The mercy I grant the Hollowborn. You would not be deserving of it.
You'd equate murder with mercy?
Murder is an old word. Mercy is letting a soul fly free to the next body. True punishment? Ruining someone to their soul. Crack their spirit like you would crack their skulls with a staff. Beat them. Hurt them in mind and body, so their souls become shards. But you leave it inside the vessel, like a bag of glass, to either choke on it or pass it through their bloody stool. Then, leave it in the body to think on it, like planting a new field with the right seed.
That sounds like you've committed it to memory.
Many marks, may I make upon your flesh, but flame leaves marks that cannot heal. Magran doctrine dictates true punishment is one that remains in memory, in the soul, in the flesh. Even should the victims die, slowly or swift, sometimes by their own hand afterwards, the lesson lingers, burned in their flesh.
Let's be agreeable, just so that we don't offend him more. There is a certain justice in that.
Have you seen a man branded by flame? He remembers it always, in every waking movement. It is a lesson writ in the only ink and vellum that matters, blood and flesh. One can burn the soul as well. It is an art, and I do not take pleasure in it, but there is more at stake here than forgiveness. Many of Aethys's faith were punished in the purges following the Saints' War, and the ones that harmed children, they suffered worse.
What do you mean?
We did what must be done. Wherever they were rooted out, their souls reclaimed. And if they couldn't be reclaimed, we ensured they would never inhabit another body.
I wanted to ask about the region and its history. Keep troubling me, and I may extend the tight ball for each question. Enough questions for now. Let the rope keep us until the next campfire. Oh, okay. Interesting. So we need to rest to talk to him further. We are going to do this in parts then. Durance is certainly unique in the way that he works as a companion. There are some mechanics that are unique to him. Durance's VA just needs a break for his poor throat. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, for sure. What up?
Hey.
So I guess there is no one here. Let's check the inn. Let's check the woman we saved. It might have something to, you know, there might be a reason for saving her. No. What about the bard? No. I mean, I'm guessing it's going to give off a clear sort of effect once we find someone worthy enough. Let's try the mayor. Running guild. Let's try here. Then we'll test the old woman in the next house. No.
All right then. Hey.
Oh.
Got to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was.
Read her soul. You feel her essence humming and buzzing, another personality and set of memories lie dormant within her soul, convulsing as if in fitful sleep. contours of that dormant soul are sharp, ragged. As you reach out for it, it seizes you violently. You are standing in a darkened feast hall. Sturdy tables and benches have been stacked against the door in the far end of the room. You know it won't be enough. A few dozen other dwarves from your tunneling crew wait with you, shovels and pickaxes in their shaking hands.
Sinove, please. If we go now, we can get behind the barricade. We won't do any good here.
He's right, and you hear agreement in the quiet murmur of the others. But Arms Warden Maroon ordered you to hold your ground here. Yet in those rising whispers, you hear the opening bars of mutiny. You've never tolerated insubordination from your crew, and you aren't about to start. So you heft your pickaxe and swing it into the man's skull. He collapses, and the others fall silent. The acrid odor of urine rises from his body.
We're gonna go down fighting. Anyone who feels differently can settle it with me right now.
Your voice is hoarse from hours of shouting orders, but no one else moves. They cast their eyes down in the flickering torchlight. Something thuds against the door. The others raise their weapons, picks, shovels, and a few swords. But they don't dare flinch. Your own pulse pounds at your temples. You pull back from Taina's soul, but you feel Zenove's wrath and ferocity tugging at you still. Her essence trashes, lashing out an unseen enemy. Zenove is powerful but dangerous too. Her fury has anchored her to old and threatening memories. You consider that there may be others you could have. I don't think this is the best option. Could be perhaps, awaken maybe a clown, used to be a clown, or used to be a koala. I don't know.
Me and Sledge are thinking about heading down, joining a caravan over to Dawning.
Dawning? What for?
Obviously,
you like your
looking for
ogres
dwarf.
bigger?
We'd have work at least, and I'm damn sick of fish.
We need to go into the fishery at night.
Of course.
Could it be one of my companions that I recruited?
Hey.
I suppose it's possible. Let's try the hunter.
Hey.
No, Tush isn't one of them.
Welcome. Have a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
Read his soul. Tush's soul is a vibrant, stolid thing, and as you reach out for it with your senses, you see your breath begin to fog in the air. You find yourself far above the ground, wedged in the juncture of two branches. The moonlight is bright upon the snow, and in the distance your quarry steps out onto the ice, as if onto an illuminated stage. You still your breath and draw back your arrow. Warmth bleeds back into your limbs, frost and snow giving way to the smoky interior of Tush's home.
Welcome.
So even characters that don't have the soul we need have some unique dialogue in them. Some unique soul reading in them.
So you're...
The snowy paths peel away, and the brisk air gives way to the acrid stench of smoke. A dark cloud billows up from the remnants of burning cows at the far edge of a rocky field. You are low to the ground, held in place, and above you the wind tugs embers back and forth like firebugs.
Not so brave now, are you?
The vision in your left eye is clouded, such that the figure standing over you is a recollection of rough smears of black cast in silhouette by the fire. Not so brave now, are you? A dark shape swings towards your face, and the subsequent burst of agony jars you out of the memory and back into your
What? Did I spill something on myself?
Hey.
Metzlov, the sisterhood of the Slaked Skull, is dead. He grins. Kinda ironic, isn't it? She went around killing people for Barath, and in the end, that's what... Oh, never mind, just take the bounty. He passes you back that rattles with coin. I'm interested in the new bounties you mentioned. Oh, I've heard of some new reports of dangerous folk about, okay? That be the disciples of the True Flame and the Old Dunrit Hunting Lodge. Those others you handled are lambs by comparison. Tell me more about the disciples of the True Flame. He scratches the back of his neck. I didn't know what to make of this one, but word is, it's a group of dragon cultists. He looks up his hands. I know it sounds bizarre, I didn't believe it myself until I heard they torched an outpost north of Maiden Falls. For clearing a nest of worms, they said. Last I heard, they'd made camp near Longwatch Falls. They shouldn't be hard to spot. What's the Old Dunrit Hunting Lodge? He shakes his head. Adherents with too much time and money. They travel around hunting monsters for sport. Bunch of dragons. But they leave a mess of wrecked property and dead bodies, kith, I mean, in their wake. They've been charged with murder and general mischief in Defiance Bay, New Heomer, and a dozen other towns in between. Someone saw them hunting in rusted wood, and so you might look for them there. These will probably be very different. Did I test Fiara?
Hey.
You look like you've been in the wilds. You see my wagon out there?
I found your goods.
You've saved my hide. I can't thank you enough. But I hope you'll take this.
Fair enough, I'll take my reward.
Here, as promised. Thanks again. With a little luck, I'll trade these blizzards in for a sea breeze soon enough.
Oh. 300 soul. A handful of memories dart across your mind like startled fish, leaving indistinct images and sounds in their wake. For a moment you are overwhelmed, until one particular recollection tugs at your senses with stubborn force. You, or Andred, or both, kneel on a stone floor, held between two men. The man pacing in front of you wears the armor of a crucible knight, and you feel Andred's half-hearted contempt for him as if it were your own. You feel Andred's triumph too, when the knight comes just close enough for you to spit blood onto his boots. The memory slips away from you, and you find yourself back in your own shoes. Reads Birth When Soul. The whiff of salt and brine is in your nostrils before the room has even faded. The ground heaves beneath your feet, and the spray of ocean water roars over the railing as the ship heels under the wind. The ship shudders violently, and you are thrown against the rail. In that moment, you find your gaze pulled to the pitching surface of the dark sea, and see there an eye, broad as a shield, gazing back at you in turn. Fear and fascination sweep through your minds, even as your senses recede and the memory fades. Okay, the quest was completed. The hunt for Nidhann's remains proved difficult, as the Glanfatans lied incessantly to cover for those who were responsible, and Orlin Brisholgwyn helped Poligina sort the truth out, eventually recovering every part of the dead murderer's body. Though the Glanfatans were more than willing to lie about what they had done, none of them turned violent when Poligina and the Brisholgwyn confronted them, and Anumfath ordered the Brisholgwyn to bury the body in a new location that was less well-traveled than the paths near Gliabenrilag. Upon returning to Cadnua, Poligina realized that the Anumfath had never asked for Nidhann's ring finger to be returned. Mind Lance, 1 per rests. And 3 constitution. She asked for an audience, okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Read it so. You see a room, dark and damp, a cellar. It looks like part of the inn rather than an old fortress. Through Hafaric's eyes, you admire rows of gleaming bottles, recently dusted and polished. As you step back from the shelves, you look on with satisfaction at the pressure plate concealed in the stone floor.
You alright?
You alright? I won't serve you if you're already drunk, you know.
Something I can do for you? Hafric's got me straightening the rooms, but I'll help you if I can.
Read her soul. You feel for Owina's essence and almost instantly find yourself wrapped in darkness. It takes you a moment to realize that you plunged into a very old memory. But as your eyes adjust to the torchlight, you find yourself standing in a gloomy tunnel that you instinctively recognize as part of the Durgan's battery. But I used the item. Did I miss the effects? A handful of figures in patchy cloaks and hoods, dwarves like you, hunch over a minecart. They are loading it with cloth-wrapped bundles from which you see the occasional flash of metal, and the edge of a blade or the burnished glow of it. The other dwarves scurry with a curious mixture of haste and caution. They stack the bundles in a din of muted clangs and thumps, following the echoes of their ruckus down the tunnel with nervous eyes. Pay attention.
Pay attention. Sooner we get this done, sooner we can go.
Your voice is a dry whisper, and your nerves tingle with energy. You feel the same apprehension that the others do, but unlike them, you relish it. Still, you look over your shoulder, just in case.
We're hurrying, Captain Gregor. Honest.
When you turn back, the others have redoubled their efforts, and you feel a pleasurable twist in your guts as they fill the cart. Being captain of the guard doesn't pay much, but it does allow you to visit the armory without raising eyebrows. And with Coinmaster Zoltan selling off half of the battery's arsenal, who's going to notice a few more missing pieces? Okay. Besides, you've got a buyer lined up, as long as you can move these goods out of battery before someone squeals. You pull back from the memory to find Ovina staring at you.
Excuse me, ma'am? You all right?
Hey.
Yeah, I must have missed the effect.
Of course.
So Ovina is a thief, which means you skip all this in the beginning. Why not just investigate all the nooks and crannies like normal RPG comp? What do you mean? This option wasn't there. We just got it. We just got the read soul option.
What?
After taking this item.
Hey.
So they are new. No worries. Did I miss anyone?
Need something else?
Should we? Read the soul. As you reach for Grinda's essence, you find yourself wrapped in the cold embrace of a snowstorm. You trudge through the snow, each step laborious to your numb feet. You keep your head down against the wind, and your back is bent under a heavy burden. Ahead of you is the frozen lake and the hole you made in it. Your feet crunch over the ice. You wait and secretly hope for the telltale crack beneath you. With the village distant and dark behind you, you would sink and none would know. At least that would free you of the heavy churning feeling in your gut. Yet you reach the hole, and the ice is still steady under you. The normal RPG completionist, you have to do all the side stuff before finally navigating better. You are a pleasant surprise. I left people alive in the village. Okay, that is totally unfair. That's not how I play the game at all. You have the burden off of your shoulders, cradling her in your arms. She's wrapped in nets and weighted with stones. You wish one of the priests of Ondra were here with solemn words and the assurance of ceremony. Instead, you slip a bracelet off of her wrist. Ondra will have her body, and you will carry this reminder. Wait, what? You slide the bundle into the water and watch it sink. As it dwindles to nothing more than a dark stain beneath the ice, you feel a scratching in your throat and hear the wind moaning into your ear.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Is he killing maybe a hollow-born baby that he had? It takes you a moment to realize that you are hearing your own voice muttering. You surface from the vision. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with Durgan's battery.
Need something else?
I've got questions about the fishery.
Been running it 4 decades now. Reckon I can tell you what you want to know.
I hear your sister was once in charge here.
Arda was a saint. Lived to look after the village, she did. Fell through a weak spot in the lake ice.
His gaze grows distant and he scratches at his salt and pepper bear. What? You dropped her.
You'll pardon me, but it's not something I much care to dwell on.
We just saw it in the memory, so it was your sister. It was not a baby. So you killed her to take over the operation? Am I misunderstanding this?
Need anything else?
So many words. Yeah, this is another mercer for sure. This is not a steal. This bracelet is comprised of many small interwoven beads and is held together by a fine silver clasp. Together the beads form a stylized image of mountain peaks. You reach into the barrel and find the bracelet. A thick aura of essence clings to it, fresh with memory. You feel yourself drawn into it. In the memory, you stride into the fishery. The floors are swept clean, but the wood is still splotched with snow melt and fish guts. A man hunkers in the corner, his head nodding forward as if in sleep. He looks up drowsily as you approach. He's Grinda. His face is youthful but sallow, and his hair hangs in stringy locks. You feel a pang of anger and pity at your brother's debauchery.
Arda.
His voice is little more than a croak.
It's past midnight.
Your throat feels tight. Grinda wipes at his nose, then examines the mingled blood and powder on the back of his hand. He shrugs. Your fingers clench around coarse, thick fabric, your father's best wool tucked under your arm.
Go! To raid Ceres, or Defiance Bay, or fucking Air Glonfoth, I don't care!
You hurl it at the ingrate huddled on the floor. He picks up the cloak and looks at it with the same sort of dull wonder. He wipes his nose on the line. A sudden rush of fury leaves your limbs weak and raw.
I'll tell them. Mayor Sina healed. The neighbors, everyone.
You force the words through your teeth.
About what?
He mumbles, churning his words from a morass of snot and saliva.
The stealing! You think I haven't noticed the money missing from the fishery coffers? Or heard Tana talk about losing a golden duke?
You whisper, afraid even now that someone will overhear you, and the words scorch your throat.
You can't be found when there's work to do, but every time those merchant wagons roll into town, you've got coin enough for a few bags of ripple sponge.
No, it's not.
Grinda blinks back at you. He rubs his red-rimmed eyes. Your own grow warm and blurry.
Stalwart tolerates your sponge habit, but they won't abide your thieving.
You touch your bracelets, a gift from Mother, plucking at the beads.
You won't.
He rises, steadier on his feet than you would have thought.
I will.
You stride towards him. I wouldn't have shamed Mother and Father while they was living, but I won't let this keep up. Your anger swallows the last of your pity, anger at him for putting you in this position, for doubting your resolve, for failing to see you are close enough to smell his stale, sour breath when he pushes you. You fall, watching his widening eyes and the ceiling spinning into your vision. Isn't this just like him? Grinda with his full tantrums, never thinking of anybody but himself, and now you are going to be nursing a headache for a week. Just goes to show you can't help some people, but you remember him too, your baby brother running through the snow, slipping, falling on ice, and you're slipping, falling, and there's a table behind you, but it shouldn't. Your memory ends abrupt, jolting you back into the present with your heart hammering and your palms sweat.
Stop that thief!
Grinda stares in shock and outrage, and the rest of the fishermen rush at you. I shouldn't have done this during the day. Come on. But see, this is the game is giving me mixed messages. Every time stealing is marked with a unique symbol. This one is not marked, but the game still treats it as being a stolen object. It should be, 100% should be, but also, so far, every object that would be considered stolen was marked. This is the only exception. So what am I to think as a player? Do I ignore the mark and consider what should be logically? I think this is misleading, design-wise. I'm going to reload from this and do it at night.
Need something else? Been running it for Arda was you pardon me. Need anything else?
We are going to come at night. Let's see if there are other characters that we can read the souls of.
Feels like it's hardly worth putting the huts back up.
Better than standing out here shivering.
So let's rest, talk to Durance. If it's night, steal from the fishery, go through that dialogue again without being attacked. And we'll see what happens after that.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you? Top quality.
Let me check this also. +2 constitution, +2 might, +2 dexterity does stack with the items +2 dexterity, +2 constitution. So yes, Thor, you were right. The resting bonus stacks with items. I was wrong. Which means I can continue getting more resolve. Or I can switch to perception. Have I not been abusing the resting bonuses? I have been using a lot of resolve bonus until the moment I got the +3 resolve thing. What was that, by the way? This ring, I always got the +3 resolve bonus. After I got it, I switched to lore. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I have been getting bonuses. I've been getting them for dialogues, conversations and stuff. I was getting what I didn't have from items. I didn't realize they stacked with items. You didn't wait for my answer. Okay, no worries. Okay, they are not here. Oh. The fishery doors creaks open, and in walks Grinda, staring at you and the bracelet in surprise and outrage. His face drains of color.
You take shelter in our village and then ransack it like a common thief? You'd better explain yourself.
Calvino told me you were a ripple sponge addict. Seems you are much more than that.
Any who put stock in the ravings of that bitter old fool deserve all the trouble they get.
He raises his voice, half turning to the guard with him. Arda didn't fall through the ice. You killed her, right in this room. He opens his mouth to reply, but the words catch in his throat. The guard next to him stares at the bracelet, recognition turning to R.
It was an accident. I was a failure and a wretch then. But I never would have killed anyone. Least of all my own kin.
He turns his gaze down, offering his apology to his own clenched fists. What do you mean? No, let's listen.
I gave her body to the lake, but I kept her bracelet to remember the cost of my own weakness.
He loosens his hands and stares at the emptiness in his leathery palms.
I ain't asking for forgiveness. I know I don't deserve any. My penance is my work on behalf of the village. And they need it, truly. You've seen the shape this place is in. Have mercy on Stalwart, if not on me. Let me do the work Arda would have done. That's my debt to Stalwart, and the only fitting way to honor my sister.
That's not for you to decide. You owe it to Arda and to Stalwart to tell the truth about her death.
Kept thinking I could get by this way. But I guess you're right. It's time they knew the truth about me.
He turns to leave, looking back at Fisher one last time. Return to Galvino. Okay, we will return to Galvino.
What?
Let's continue talking to Durance. I had questions I wanted
If
to ask.
doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
I wanted to ask you about the region and its history. Do you know anything about the Deerwood and the surrounding nations? Deerwood's the best of them, still has spirits if a land can have one. It's a place where a man can walk freely, even make new roads. And that's a rare thing in this world. These generations, however, are damned, so no new footfalls may spell an end to it. Do you mean the Hollowborn? Yes, Eothas' last stab at revenge after he was ended. Durance frowns. Eothas was the god of rebirth, and his light does not fall on Deerwood. I've heard some claim it's his doing, his death. It's closed the halls to new souls. He scoffs. I don't believe it. The problem is closer than that, and as always, it involves women and men. And they are always circling within and without. The Valiant Republics, Raid Saris, the Saints' War, one big bladed spiral, shredding everything around it. How do you feel about the Valiant Republics? Durance snorts. Fortune seekers garbed in robes of office, manipulators, traders and traitors all. Don't hold them in high regard. What about Raid Saris? Durance's face flashes, and a sheen of sweat forms on his brow. Too many adjectives to that so-called nation: civil unrest, economic collapse, all tinder, just needing the right spark. Some farmer shows up, takes a god into himself, then takes a crown on his head. This divine kingdom he tries to set up goes about as well as you'd expect. A trickle of sweat runs down the side of Durance's cheek and sinks into his beard. Suddenly, the population of heretics goes up by about half and again, and Eothas starts turning his blood-stained gaze to every blasphemer he can find. Cleaning house is one way to put it. His face darkens and his eyes narrow. Purge is another. Put them and their god in their place, though with enough force to kill that damned country too. Not a supporter of the country of Raid Saris. A Loth passes by casually, muttering under his breath. Surely you know where this is going, mate. It's not a country, it's a gathering of cowards, deer puppets. They used to be an optimistic bunch, a bright bunch. Durance laughs at bright as if a private joke. Was their undoing, should have embraced their misery without letting a farmer lead them to a bride. Almost Eothas puppets too. Put an end to that. They dangled on his strings. Wade when dangled on theirs. They would never have had any success on the battlefield had not their god come down. The Saints' War, Durance snarls, needed to call on their god to have a chance. Tell me about the Saints' War. Durance's eyebrows draw together in a frown, then he grunts. Keep forgetting your feet are new to Deerwood, the Saints' War.
It wasn't a war. It was a god stepping past himself. The country of Raid Saris and all their heathens. They're paying for it now. Although by my count, the fire should have roared through their country with more force, catching all their souls. Truth, it wasn't even a war. It was a cautionary tale about pride. Specifically, Widewind's pride. He should have stayed a farmer.
What happened? Was, what, 15, 16 years ago? 2807? Durance pauses, then shakes his head and shrugs. My memories are back with a younger me. I don't hold on to dates. I hold on to actions and causes. The war was an act of arrogance born straight from the Raid Saris' twitches legs. A man thinking himself more than a man. Durance snorts. Want to kill someone? Tell him a god speaks through him. Then tell him he means him to lead, which puts him at the front of any army. And the army was as strong as you'd expect for Raid Saris. As sick as that country was to begin with, yet a war was likely just what they needed. What's wrong with the country? What was wrong with the country? Raid Saris has its share of troubles. It deserves all of them. It deserved Widewind. He was the light that led them to flee. Raid Saris was in decline, a deer poison already eating its veins, economic bleeding, the dying of their faith. Durance frowns. Then Widewind, his farmer, claims to take up Eothas in the flesh, and gives them the worst kind. What happened then? They crown him. Durance taps his head, making a slight bow, and when his face turns back to you, he's wearing a feral smile. They make him king, the worst kind of blasphemy. And once he wears the crown on his head and the god is his flesh, why, he starts making changes, divine changes. Duran's eyes blaze. Then he decides he's going to change us, save us. How? He marches on the Deerwood to free us from our like he freed the other souls in Raid Ceres. Cold Morn offers up its belly with no resistance, and is spared. Duran snarls. The bloodshed starts when he sacks Mercy Wave. A touch of irony that puts it to the flame. Cold Morn? Duran spits snarls. Cowards, and Cold Morn is an apt name for them. They lay still, frozen, while their fellows burned. They'll pay Magran's price one day for such cowards. What did Aeothas do next? Aeothas keeps marching. Deerwood takes to the trees, cutting at his flanks, his scouts, his troops. It seemed near hopeless. Duran's face becomes grim, then smiles slightly. Until Helgot's citadel, the Godhammer. There we put him to the flame, burn the god out of him, if there ever was one to begin with. Dozen brave men and women take to the bridge, make a stand. Then we torch them there with the fire of the Godhammer. What is the Godhammer?
Gods have taken flesh, in all respects, taking willing and unwilling vessels. It's not a violation, it's what gods do, as long as they accept all that comes with it. Men are weak. Gods? Well, we showed old Widewen that he was flesh and blood, no matter how much light was pouring out of his farmer's hands. Took men of faith to build a weapon, a godhammer. Judgment. Proved him dead at Halgot Citadel.
It was a weapon of Deerwood's people, their independence. There are few that would deny the Aeothas overstepped. The Godhammer reminded Aeothas of this, a firearm force so terrifying, so bright, it burned the god away. Duran holds his staff, his hands lock around it, tracing the etchings. As you watch, the top of the staff blossoms, burns brightly, and Duran speaks, his face illuminated in the fire. A weapon that would burn brighter than Aeothas, and we led him to it and burned him at the stake. The stake was the Godhammer, and we impaled him on it. You said you fashioned it? Duran nods. Wasn't easy shaping it, crafting it. The pieces, the curve of the relic, even then it was a massive thing, something that required a god to come to it, rather than be cast at. Though luring him to it, that was the easy part. Gods are prideful. What happened? He led him to fields, ones that he remembered as a farmer perhaps, the fields right outside Helgot's citadel. Duran's frowns. Now Godhammer stood. It was right across the Ewan Deur Bridge. An easy track. Duran's frowns. Men died, then more died during Aeothas onto Ewan Deur. He had carved veins and passed through the bridge, excavated foundations, filled them with powder and ember-hungry grains, eager to burn. Our hands had even pried the mortar and rock boots, sharpened them to points, so they might be rent from their foundations easier, and tear through the flesh of the tent. And so you used Ewan Deur against Aeothas.
We poured the Godhammer into its foundations with faith. Set it alight. Let the hammer fall, upwards onto the anvil. 8 died before the Godhammer fell, and the Godhammer claimed the remainder, 12 in all.
And Aeothas went back to the Ether, or the grave, Duran grunts. He's lost his voice and his love of war, I'll tell you that much. He took only taunts by men, and that was enough to lure him across the bridge, and right into the new sun. Duran straightens his back, draws a deep breath. It let Raid Ceres see how bright their arrogance had become, and became a symbol by which we answered their purge with one of our own. Purges? Caved. We are going to ask this guy everything. I mean, we have heard about a lot of this history from other sources, but you know, we have to hear it from him too. And also, he goes into some seriously nice detail. So yeah, purges.
We started saving the Aeothasians from themselves, burning any that didn't die with their god. Heresy in Raid Ceres is one thing. Heresy here in the Deerwood comes with a more personal touch.
If you fight an enemy long enough, you become them.
As I see it, every Aeothasian who still lives in the Deerwood puts the nation at risk, is another dagger held to the throat of our faith. Root them out, burn them, or send them back to Rayan Ceres to wallow in the blood of their failure.
I wanted to ask about the regional ancestry. Are you a servant of Vale? Let mysteries and questions remain with him, at least until the next time we need rest. Yes, that was a lot of talk, actually. Asian fifth columnist, hey Proc. Welcome. Oil. Durance has some seriously strong opinions and is very violent. Honestly, I cannot help but feel that he's going to be a problem at some point, but that is exactly why we need to keep him in the party, to see if and what happens later with him. So chat, okay, a question for you, chat. You give me this spoiler. I have found 2 possible souls to awaken. Is there a third or more? Or is it just the 2? I need this answer from you, because I think I have checked everywhere. I don't plan to check everywhere again. In the meantime, I will go to Cadnua. There are only two choices. Okay, thank you, Thor. I appreciate it. So we are going to awaken the rogue. I mean the thief.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
So let's keep talking to Durance, first of all.
If doubts and curiosity...
Regional history. Do you have whale's eyes painted on your skin? There's more mysteries than questions, and even a marching force of answers won't placate you. Even soldiers need to let their toes to settle, just as their priests do. Okay, so since I didn't rest, traveling didn't reset the conversation. I need to rest for that. My lord, I don't wish to trouble you, but I could use your help in a personal matter. Very well, let's hear it. You call your allies together and motion for the petitioner to step forward. The petitioner is the cat! This is harder to say than I thought it would be. My name is Odina. I fought in the Saints' War, same as most of my kin. I followed orders, no more. But between one thing and another, I guess I made a reputation for myself. They call me a hero. Every street I walk down, I get handshakes and comments. To dozens, they act like I'm some figurehead for their schemes. The things I've done, I don't get much sleep. The last thing I need is all this attention. All I want is some peace. Please, you are the only one I can turn to. Perhaps one of my companions here can help. Yeah, how do you mean? Interesting. Interesting. Adair's been through the war. I'm sure he has some advice. Anea's a good listener. She can help you take some of this off your shoulders. Let's give her to Manea. I've seen a few battles myself. It's hard for folk who haven't to know what it's really like. Maneas will be busy for 5 days. Yes, I think this will help. Thank you, Lady Mithril. You don't know what this means to me. We don't have to skip through the 5 days. I don't need Manea, really. Let's take a look at this. +3 Constitution Ring. Might resolve. Unresolved 2 Constitution. Golden Wheel. No. That's not important. 1 Resolve, 1 Might, 1 Constitution. You could remove that and give 3 Constitution. Would it be better? I wonder. Honestly, I'm not sure. Probably not.
Don't be a fool. Run.
Hey, Nebuka. Hello. Good to see you. How did your stream go? You were streaming, right? Were you streaming today? Maybe you weren't, actually. I'm confused now. No, I think you were. I didn't look at it. 1 Resolve, 2 Constitution. Nah, let's just put this here. It went well. Finished Daggerfall. Nice. That's very good. So are you taking a short break from Daggerfall to maybe play some BG, or are you moving immediately to Morrowind's next week? Or maybe tomorrow? What is your plan? Okay, let's sleep. I think I will continue getting the resolve bonus, since we just found out that they stack. Or we go with perception, since we've been having some trouble spotting things. And perception gives you more accuracy too, and interrupts. Resolve, on the other hand, gives you will and deflection. Both very important defenses that some of our characters lack, so maybe resolve is better. Yeah, let's continue getting resolve. Resolve can be very important in dialogues also. Little break from Elder Scrolls. You're going to play some BG, maybe start Jedi Knight Outcast. I don't know that game. Is that also an action game? I enjoy watching Star Wars action games. I wouldn't play them myself, but I enjoyed what you streamed, so it'll be fun, I'm sure. Okay, let's continue talking. I wanted to know more about the salvation. When the Animancers tried to place animal souls into children, Durin snarls, if you ever needed proof of their trespasses, that alone speaks to it. White One may have taken a god, but put an animal inside the vessel of a child? Durin shakes his head, his face wrinkling in disgust. Animancy is madness. It's a third-person action game. Sounds cool, You are streaming tomorrow, right? BG tomorrow? Kinda like Dark Forces 2 that you played like a month or two. Yeah. I remember. How's my stream been today? It's been really cool. We have actually off stream yesterday, after the stream yesterday, I recognized that I realized that I forgot to speak to many of my companions. Somehow got to doing the content in the game and forgot to talk to most of my companions. So I've been doing that today on and off. And I'm continuing the DLC. There is some really interesting dialogues that we've been having. These students, we are still talking to this guy. There is no end to the dialogue with this guy apparently. It's a Star Wars Souls-like. Jedi Outcast. It must be too hot, not Jedi Survivor. Anyone's is madness. Worse, it took too long to see the crime for what it was. I heard of the first tales, the Orlan suffering first. He chuckles ruefully, then sneers, like they always do. Animals within animals, compounding the madness. Did you see what happened? First was a woman, could have chalked that up to female weakness. Oh, this guy, can he be more offensive? He is racist, he is sexist, he is, everything that's offensive. Then the Catman could have chalked that up to them being animals. His face tightened on his staff, then more and more souls ended up at their clubs. Oh, we're Catman now. I suppose I could just rip Durin's spleen out through novel. I guess we chalked that up to me being an animal. Durin's gaze hardens. I would have given anything to place them within a cage with those they saved and see their craft shape the craftsman. Let those children tear their tormentors apart. I can only give a taste of what they should suffer. It's a meager fare for us both. He's just a bit of opinionated. Yeah, just a little bit.
I suspect the answers will seed more questions.
Tell me about Magran. Oh, you know her, you must. He gives a bitter chuckle, then his tone evens out. She's a many-headed bitch. Durance hates everything. So far. He even hates the god that he worships. He hates every living thing. I don't understand. He probably hates everything. What is your view on Magran?
She's a goddess, as fickle as they come, and with all the failings you'd expect of an empress and a whore. Too many eyes, too many wants,
Especially
too much
her,
to hold
true.
on to. That's the failing of a god. More aspects than words to describe her, like most of them. A god with many nations to oversee, only serves to spread herself too thin.
Although flame rarely crosses twice, so perhaps that is the only truth she embraces. Who knows? Gods get greedy. When it comes to fire, fire is a god's hunger. What are her aspects? Durance begins to count on his fingers, chanting it off. War transforms, fire consumes, trials purify. Warfare, fire, consuming, purification, and most of all transforming. Trials as well, but all things are put to the test anyway. A trial can consume, purify, transform. They are all linked, although at its heart is the flame, and the flame is what matters. It is the source of all things. I guess they should have started with that, eh? Any fool around the campfire knows that. Without flames, fire, they would have made little progress in the dark. And then Dragonforce starts through the fire and flames. And Durance takes out his electric guitar and starts the... It's not happening, sorry. Without flames, fire, we would have made little progress in the dark. To hear some of the inner fires tell it around the hearth and bellows, even in the halls of Ashfall, you'd think that fire brought life to man. And that fire was Magran. Some of the older texts say she rubbed her hands together and they burst into... Or another god shafted her like... In Durance's defense, I'd agree that Magran is a bit of a bitch. It is tough being Durance. He did all that, sacrificed a lot in the name of Magran to protect people in his own belief. You know, waged war against the gods, built that weapon, and then even succeeded. Stopped the war, stopped Widewin, possibly Aethys, and then Magran, you know, doesn't care about him anymore. Acts as if he's criminal. It would be heartbreaking to him in his defense. And it was. There are different perspectives on Ardan. He grunts. Mine is only one side among many. Durance frowns, pauses, then his eyes take on an eager gleam. But here's one. I can speak to how the losing side sees her, and that should tell you. Let me speak to what an adherent sees. And what does an adherent see? Magran, I need you to do a little murder. Also Magran, you murder. Actually, I'm not sure if Magran asked them to do that. That's not that. Maybe it is the case, but what I feel was they thought it was Magran's will. I think it wasn't actually Magran's will. And that is where the problem starts with what happened with Gotham. I'm not sure. And what does an adherent see? The adherents have a proper, polite translation for her. Excellence in war. Tactical discipline. He snorts. That's why they lost the fucking colony, of course. They were properly still quoting that while we had them banned across the decks. All their guns and cannons are fine, but useless when your staff is crackling light into their skulls, dispensing great gifts left on. Durance's fists tighten and he laughs. Adherents call that elevation, divine awareness. Those words are as welcome as shit on one's boots, and that's all they took back with them while they were running. He shakes his head. A lesson learned at the wrong time. Almost feel a pang of sympathy for them. Almost. Lesson? What do you mean? The title of a god isn't knowing a god, adhering to words rather than walking the path, testing yourself in the heat of it. Walk until the words are stripped away and you feel it burning in your heart. That is the lesson. That's adherent politeness, that's pretty adherence to the word of scripture as they saw it, that burned their ships, scarred them, kept them running throughout the Deerwood campaign. He snorts. Divine awareness. There's no true faith in waiting to be tested. The best in battle have already shit themselves plenty, shit themselves until they are dry and can focus on the killing.
I suspect the answers will seed more questions.
So we have asked all of these, right? Oh no, we haven't. Does she have any allies?
Some, shaped for hunt and war. Abidan the Golem, Galawain and his beasts. The latter keeps us honest and awake. The other makes the tools by which we punish those who are not.
Abidan? Not surprised you haven't heard. More gods than weeds in the field. And those are the ones of this lifetime. They come and go, but are always here at the same time. Abidan used to look human. Durance grunts. Got killed, then built a new body for himself. Transformation. With Magron cell. Perhaps he needed her own blacksmith to tend the fires. If so, Abidan serves it. Durance frowns. He's a weapon, a tool, not a god, in my mind. Still, the people of Deerwood, the cities especially, hold him dear. So be it. Although if the reward for hard work and craftsmanship is a body like this, I'll keep my blood on my cock and hips to trust it. He also mentioned Galawan. Monster Father, the Great Hound. And as for monsters, this world has quite a bit. And not just the ones on purpose. It's as if he has made monsters solely to hunt them, to remind men of their place. He is busy making more, I suspect. More monsters than sense, variation upon variation. What do you mean? His aspects are a confusing bunch, and considering he respects reversals of fortune, especially in beasts, perhaps not so confusing. No reason why Magron and he share a bed, in my eyes, even if he does believe in the trial. A filthy Orlan god in many ways, howling and mewling perhaps like they can keep their beasts. I'll take fire and weapons in it. Look at these Orlan answers waiting to be asking, begging to be said, but we are not Orlan. Come on, choose me. No, choose me. Choose me. Choose me or suffer. I wanted to ask you something else about Meg. Who are her enemies? It's as if you swallowed a gadfly nest. Keep silent and keep them to yourself, lest you tire yourself before the next campfire. Okay, I've had enough of this. I'm having all of this conversation right now. Tell me.
If doubts and curiosity play...
This is on. Choosing Orlan as your race was something you wanted to spoil but did not. I should have, right? I should have. Maybe for a second playthrough I will. Like an Orlan druid I might play. If I play a solo run, like maybe I'll play an easy difficulty solo run someday. If I do, I will most probably, I think, choose a druid. I might go for an Orlan druid to see those. You know, it would be fine. Not on stream, of course. Off stream.
If doubts and curiosity...
Before. You bear her a lot of rage. And why did I skip this? Who are her enemies? Durance laughs. Before, when you asked about allies? Well, now, ally, enemy. That's the skin's edge of difference in history's eye. The mirth leaves his face, and he sneers. But there were enemies. Were. Durance enforcing a healthy sleep schedule. You didn't think he was an evangelist or a lifestyle. Can you spoil which class has the most special dialogue? Yes, you can. I expect it's Paladin, actually, right? Paladin with, I don't know. Maybe not though, but I would guess Paladin. Cypher? It's Cypher? Okay, that's interesting. Oh, I suppose it should be, because you look into their souls, right? A Watcher and a Cypher. You would be looking into a lot of souls, I expect. Is that the reason, Verum, or is it something else? Aethys, Durance gives a cold grin, nods. But you sorted that out. Then, Hylia and her queen's crown of feathers and birds. He sneers. Perhaps she claims to see the world from her perch. I hope she saw what happened to Aothas if she dares to walk upon an earth where such fire was. Definitely has overlapped with the Watcher in a way that's meaningful. Yeah, that's a good call. If I replay, maybe I will play a Cypher. Although the reason why I said I would play a Druid is because Druid is incredibly strong from what I have witnessed so far. What's my favorite companion so far? That's a very tough question, Prague. I have really liked all of the companions. They are very well written. What affected me most, even though I'm not playing with that companion in my party, the intro dialogue was Grieving Mother. It was really impressive. It was very well written. The intro dialogue and the dialogues that we had after recruiting her, I was really impressed with her. But I'm not playing with her. I cannot find a place for her in my party right now. If you play again, you recommend playing with classes that you've not really touched. Maybe make a single barbarian companion. Maybe, I don't know. That's something to consider. If I play for a challenge, like either hard difficulty or solo run or something like that, I might go for something I have already done and know slightly better than a new thing. But if I replay for alternative gameplay and story, I don't know. Maybe I'll indeed play a different class. It's not going to happen anytime soon though. I will definitely take a break from Pillars once I finish this, before replaying. Anyway, let's continue. You bear her a lot of rage. She and her clergy offer shelter to the Athosians since his death. His humiliation, she is next for him. Enough about Megan.
I suspect the answer is... You don't want what I have, Watcher. If doubts and flames spread easier than others...
I want to know more about you, he grunts. Where are you from?
Where I hail from? From one of Margren's fires. A cathedral. Ashfall. Made of blackened trees. I studied the scriptures there. The fires carved into the land. The trunks of the burnt trees. And in the factories where the rifles and cartridges were shaped. All are chapels in other devotions.
Other devotions? Durance nods. For Magran, any fire is enough for worship, physical or not. A blacksmith's anvil, a craftsman's bench, all arenas where fire is waiting to be born. Durance snaps his finger. It just needs a spark, like an alchemical fire or a spark with cartridges, to speed them to their purpose. Their purpose? Durance tilts his head, thinking, well, their purpose then. It was many dans ago. Durance scratches his beard was a little brighter than now. But yes, cartridges, guns, all had a purpose. And that purpose was punching holes in mages and letting their pompous ass hiss out. Pompous air hiss out, not pompous ass. I don't know where I got that from. I think saying pompous ass sounds so good that every time I see pompous, I hear ass after that, but no, it is letting their pompous air hiss out. Durance gives a half smile, then a nod, woke their kind right up and kept them staring at the ceiling in the dark instead of sleeping. That's for certain. Alot rolls his eyes. Pompous air indeed. A little violence as an accounting. An answer for unchecked power. Well, Magran gave an answer for them. Magran put soldiers and mages on equal footing? Every time you eat too many beans, you hear ass. I bet. Durance nods again. Mages were troublesome in that time. Firearms made every man a mage, and the caster's pretty arcane shield was little to match for them. It turned each commoner into a beast that would spit fire. It leveled the field of battle. That's for certain. Made many a mage a grave. Tell me more about Ashfall. You're more curious about it than most Magran's faithful. What else can you tell me about Ashfall? What more to tell? Durance frowns, his hand tightening on his staff again, his fingers seeming to sink into it. It is one of the greatest fires of Magran, the High Seat. He shrugs. Some say the blackest, not of evil, but of ash. All that remains after fire has fed. He pauses. I called it a cathedral before. That's not the full truth of it. It's more a battlefield. It lies in the heart of the War of Black Trees. Its timbers built from the burnt forest there, each timber blessed by fire, and one of Magnus' greatest battles. Many of us helped shape the war effort there with flames and fireworks. What is the cathedral like? Massive, beautiful, blessed by the goddess. Flames cannot strike it twice. Uranus's eyes travels to each ashen stone, studying the etchings. Beneath, tunnels and chambers, bellows and fireplace, and many of the faithful looking for a means to bring fire. He turns his gaze from the staff to guns, explosives, alchemy. All of these are our holy symbols, and we are eager to share. That staff of yours seems like your holy symbol. Keep troubling me, and I may extend the tight ball for each question. Enough questions for now. Let the road keep us until the next campfire.
What?
Oh, look at that. We've got the next campfire. Ah, that's so interesting. Let's go.
If doubts and curiosity...
Ashfall. Ashfall's stockpile of guns, explosive, and alchemical fire sounds dangerous. No, that stuff of yours.
This? In a way.
Grieving Mother is definitely our favorites.
This is more of what's left behind when flame strikes.
You love to hate them. That's what I was thinking as well.
If Ashfall is a cathedral propped up and fenced with such sticks, then this stick, well, this is what props me up as I walk the cathedral of my road, to other ashfalls waiting to be made, perhaps.
There was this about I'm blanking right now. The Dragon Age commander of the humans who wanted to be for her daughter to be the queen. Oh, how am I forgetting this? The companion who can become a companion at the trial. Anyway, he was also so strongly written that you would gain strong. Yes, Locane, thank you, Locane. He was so strongly written, so well written that, so well built that you would hate him, right? I mean, you could hate him, not everyone could. Durance is like that. It is so well written. He has a strong effect. Very good character indeed, but also, you know, very offensive and very hateable for sure. Already forgot about Login. Yeah, it's my memory. I forget very easily. But yeah, Login for sure. If Ashfall is a cathedral propped up and fenced with such sticks, then this stick, well, this is what props me up as I walk the cathedral on my road. To other ashfalls waiting to be made, perhaps.
The wood is taken from the War of Black Trees. Sturdy. It served me well on my travels. Been a boon companion.
Can you tell me of the War of Black Trees? Well now, Duran scratches at the pox scar on his cheek, although his other hand remains tight on the staff. It was many tens of years ago, fire swept through the woods, a fiery harvest, a sign from Magnum. Her fingers lay upon the scape there, like nail marks across a man's back. Durance's hand falls from his cheek and joins his other hand tight on the staff. The forest has never regrown, no seed was laid beyond or sanctifying the ground. The blackened trees still remain, like black hands reaching from the ground. He chuckles. It's more romantic than I make it, Watcher. It still bears a woman's touch after all. What are the etchings on the staff?
Tales. Reminders. Something to think upon. Devotions I can wrap my mind around when chanting words becomes tiresome. Chants lose their strength, but carving symbols into the wood with one's finger, blessed by fire.
Durance takes his finger and you watch it trace one of the paths along the wood, and the symbol glows slightly. Red embers from a fire. From a fire. As he draws his hands away, it still glows and he stares at it, letting it reflect in his eyes.
I find symbols are a greater source of devotion than words, texts. If there were many texts to be had. Texts remind me of a deer, the perfume of aristocracy.
Alot yawns. If only he he tired of the spoken word so quickly. Durance does not appear to notice. You're on the budget Logain. You're not in the slavery. Yeah, I guess the most offensive thing, the moment he crosses the line, is selling the elves into slavery, right? Other things can all be attributed to his dedication to saving the country. And that is his points, that he does all of this to save the country. But how then do you explain selling them the elves to slavery? That is, I don't know. Clearly the other guy that is clearly more evil than Logain. You know, the name I will never remember, but if you do, let me know. The other guy gets into his mind a lot, for sure. And I think Logain loses the sight of what is important in his wicked and twisted view of how the country should be protected. Also selling girls into slavery is straight up racist. Arl Howe, yes, thank you, Parrot. You are really saving me right now. You kind of resented how you couldn't be particularly ruthless in EAI. You hope they bring back the evil mode. Yeah. We'll see about that. Anyway. Dragon Age Origins is such a great game.
The War of Black Trees and this staff I carry are the only hymns and devotions I need. And it's a symbol, one that the faithful and faithless alike understand.
Voiced by the consummate Tim Curry. Wait, who is voiced by Tim Curry? Arl Howe? Arl Howe? I didn't know that. Speaking of Tim Curry, we've got these commands now, if anyone doesn't know.
Space!
From Red Alerts. Ashfall's stockpile of guns, explosive and active fire sounds dangerous. Are you a servant of Wow? Let mysteries and questions remain with him, at least until the next time we need rest. Ah, okay. I have to finish this. It has become a matter of principle. Nippon Sherry from Gabriel Knight. Which Gabriel Knights? 1? Not 3. Is it from 3? I haven't played the original Gabriel Knight on stream. I have played the 20th anniversary edition, which is not voiced by Tim Curry. But I have played Gabriel Knight 3, which is also voiced by Tim Curry.
Conflict will end.
Nice, Maltail.
What?
Tim Curry was only in the first Gabriel Knight. No, Tim Curry also voiced Gabriel Knight 3's Gabriel Knight. Am I wrong? Have I played Tex Murphy games? No, I haven't. I want to someday. They are in my mind for sure.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Ashfall. Can you tell me what some of the symbols on your staff mean? Durance glances at you in irritation. He seems about to snap at you, then stops, frowns. He glances at the staff, then turns it in his hands. As he does, there is the hint of embers, symbols glowing on its surface. He came back for 3. Tim Curry also performed the character in Sacrifice. Really good stuff. Tim Curry was also in Frankenstein, The Eyes of the Monster, I think. Tim Curry has been in quite a few games. I haven't played Sacrifice, though I don't know that.
You still see them. Not all can. But then again, few have a watcher's gift of sight.
What are those symbols carved on your staff?
Carved? This staff is a history. Acts leave their mark. Some symbols fall into the ash, others blaze brighter.
What causes one to fade and another to rise?
Memory, meaning. It's same as the memories in your head, perhaps more trustworthy. Random acts, things done with instinct, they may make lines burning briefly through the wood. Acts devised, planned, that stay with you. Symbols form and tell the story. It's like all memories, except the staff burns it true. When a thought's close, you see it clearer, brighter. Ones you forget, they get buried. But like rings in wood, the etchings remain. Keeps me grounded. Also, it's a solid walking stick.
How is it only watchers can see the symbols? They are energies of the spirits, a channel for one's faith. He frowns. It's hard to say. There was a time when they glowed brighter, but now they are an aid in my work. Because the staff is marking stand out to a watcher, well, they sometimes identify themselves. And sometimes they are blinded to the staff as well. The gift of Magrum, perhaps, to cloak itself from sight when one isn't looking for it. That large mark there, the 12 circles, what is it?
That symbol? The God Hammer. The 12 circles are a sign of the dozen on the bridge, and the dozen of us that let the hammer fall on them, bridge, God, and all. If there's a symbol that is unlikely to ever fade, it's that one. I thought it might be the last the staff would ever hold. Was holding it that day on the bridge when Aethys fell. It was the spark put to the God Hammer. Might be the last light that touched Aethys before the pyre ate him.
I don't see Magnum's symbol on your staff. Durance frowns. It is there, but marked different. I follow Durance, and in his teachings there is but a single flame, a simpler aspect. His frown deepens, and he taps the edge of the staff. Durance would meditate by focusing on a single flame and attach meaning to it. It was something to center the spirit for what was to come. For what was to come? The flame is intended to symbolize bringing punishment to another, and it is inscribed above the symbol of the one being punished, marking them as always touched by mag. I want to ask about something different.
I suspect the answers will see.
Okay, we are actually done with Ashwell. So this happens. We are done with all the selections in Ashfall category, but oh wait, is it because of this maybe?
What?
Maybe because of the leave option?
If doubts and curiosity...
Regional history. So it does happen with this though.
If doubts and curiosity plague you,
I wanted to ask about the regional
knuckles
history.
on
Actually doesn't have any new selections, but it is still shown as unselected. As if there is an option here that is unselected. Maybe that is because there is going to be an option here later that is going to pop up. That is why it looks highlighted like that.
I'll do the prodding around here. If Watcher. Doubts and curiosity...
Same with Margaret. See, there are no unselected options here, but it is highlighted.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you'll...
And same with Ashfall right now. Maybe it's a bug, maybe it is a sign that there will be new options later. Durance is an odd name. No more than Watcher, and Durance is not a name, it is a title. And what does your title mean?
Durance? We've shared
this
the
was
fire
exactly what happened to
road
you.
Enough.
The
Enough
options,
to know you're willing
selections?
to suffer one and walk the other.
Oh, the bug that you
Every
talked
god
about.
who has
I see.
followers has a chapter solely for them, whether they know it or not. I know.
I see. Okay. That's okay. Even if it's a bug, it is just slightly annoying. Nothing more. I don't think it causes any problems, unless I'm actually missing options that I'm not seeing. And we'll never know about.
This chapter is not a thing of intent, but a flame that catches you. Everyone hears dogma and hymns and rituals in a different way. And whether they admit it or not, the fires that catch your senses all weave into a larger bonfire, which becomes your religion, your way of life, your road. Worshippers take what they want from the god, and then translate it. So it was with Durance. Was a man once, before he became the religion.
Was Durance a saint? Durance a saint? Durance laughs. No, he worked for a living. His chuckle slows, dies, then glances at you. An old soldier's joke, but it holds true for saints as well. No saint in his teachings. His disciples did much of the work, like soldiers heading out to war. Durance sneers. His teachings are impolitic now. It was composed of several trials and lessons, woven together for the sake of faith. I'm not familiar with the teachings of Durance.
There is no scripture, no poetry or wordplay open to interpretation. Its disciples are often not welcome, so they walk the road. A physical devotion. Many a metaphor has killed a man, when it would have been best to show him the truth of it, as ugly as it may seem. Before Durance, I put my faith in a great many such words, and encouraged others to do the same. All were weaker for it, unworthy of the flame.
Durance's face darkens. The devotions are from days when Margaret would not simply open her legs for any eager young initiate. Instead, she would turn away these faithful and ask them to wander the land to prove themselves devout. Based on the trials and judgments, then access to the god is granted. But it was up to each initiate to find the fire within them, and that fire, Durance frowns. That fire rarely burned when they first came to Margaret's door and sought acceptance. Begging is not what transforms one. But to say such now, the words are not welcomed as they should. What is that?
The reasons are so many you would age and die listening to them all. But the teachings of Durance also included casting established clergy out who might need reminders of such devotion as well.
And no priest seeks to be removed from his comforts, whether food, bed, or a horse's warm mouth on his cock. Those are trials that few can bear to let go once the comforts have taken them. He frowns, his eyes darken. They see the trials of Durance as unnecessary for the continuation of the faith, inconvenient sometimes. They hold fast that there are other ways to spread Margaret's fire without leaving marks as Durance did. What do you mean leaving?
As the disciples walked the road, the trials of Durance they suffered and dispensed were also ones of justice. All potential converts, even the faithful, were tested for weakness, and if their weakness broke them, so be it. If they survived, then they were transformed, made stronger as Margren seeks of all. Before I followed the way of Durance, I did not test myself. I did not test others. Weakness and injustice thrived around me because I permitted it to be so.
Why would the clergy object to your dispensing justice?
Justice was not seen as our duty. Justice was a thing of Woodica.
Durance grants, and the debates on that ran fierce and hot. If any god should hold the reins to the keeping of any other, as I said, an unpopular notion. Durance chuckles without humor. Might spread like a fire. Can't have that. Yet Durance reminded us that Woodica had once been burned by Margaret, and rightly so. If a goddess of justice must be burned to remind her of her place, well, then Margaret's clergy can remind others in a similar fashion. So you would punish others?
Transform them. If they broke, so be it. The greater the ruination of their flesh and soul, the greater their hope of salvation. It was the struggle that would strengthen them. One can have enough of words until you hunger for giving the red gift to some prattling fool, whether they serve Margaret or not. God and faith can drive a man to do much others would find difficult. Durance himself admitted as much. He did not relish the task, but he did not shy away from it.
And you follow this teaching?
All life does, whether by Margaret or not. The Saints' War made it necessary, and as distasteful as it may have seemed, well, now, every mark of Aethys, every weak soul that exposed our throat to the enemy, they would answer for every soldier and Margaret disciple that had fallen. I punished others, yes, men, women, children, and I did not spare the staff or any other instrument I felt would learn them and strengthen them. A purge not just of Aethys, but of frailty, a burning of dry fields, a sacrifice at the whore's altar. But who needs her words when one has her flame to show the way?
So this religious traveling chapter was put down. There were not many of us, Durance snarls. I am the last. And while there is no words or poetry to mar Durance's teachings, there is little to keep it alive if the fire dies. but that in itself is a test. Well, I'm glad at least Durance is the last. With him, all of this bullshit is going to perish. That is the one good thing about all of this. The Saints' War gave Durance a new boost of popularity for a time. A saint to match a saint, ruthlessness to match ruthlessness, Durance shrugs. The fiercest of us, well, we took the battle to Aetus and raid Ceres. It took strength to turn back their heresies, and I doubt many of the Magran sires could have done the same. Then the teachings dwindled, died, as most flames do. Durance stares at his staff, but they still leave marks. You don't dress like a priest, and your robes look as if they were touched by fire. Come on, we gotta finish this. I am tired of reading, I'm not going to lie.
If doubts and
But
curiosity
we are
plague
finishing
you,
this now. Durance grunts, and you don't fit any matter of voucher I've seen. Does it make you one now? He frowns and holds up his hand. Don't answer that. Are those the same robes you wore at Talgot's? Durance frowns. Why do I... Tension in his face slips into irritation. Your memory is both a curse and a curse. I wore these on our pilgrimage to Halget as well as after. He glances at them. We were to travel quietly, so few would know our religion or intent. Like executioners with robes instead of hoods. How did they get burnt then? These robes are the ones I wore at the Citadel when the Godhammer was stripped. Imagine a campfire, then a field of them. His hand cradles his staff, then form them into a sphere, and let it grow until it fills the air. He swallows, his throat dry. Its violence ran through my stave, and my spirit, like 100 lightnings, all around me was full. It tore at my skin, even burst vessels in my flesh. He holds up his sleeves, yet the robe survives. He grins, the scars on his face bunching up beneath the coarse beards. And you've worn them since? Alot purses his lips. I do hope he's washed them. Shut up. If Macron deemed I should wear ash while dispensing her justice, then so be it. He exists at her pleasure, for her pleasure. Durance shrugs. Either way, she answers my call, quietly or loudly, but her colors seem weak in comparison to the acts one does in. And quiet is how I prefer. I find others of my faith do not tend to take me for a second glance if the fire of my spirit does not raise my step.
the cost of troubling me seems to worry you little.
Shut up. Last thing, chat. That stuff of yours, can you tell me about it? Oh! We have already talked about this. Oh, we are done.
I suspect the answers will
we are
see.
done. I think. Let's check this out.
If doubts and curiosity, it was a weapon of dear wood. The cost of troubling.
Yes, we are done. Hey.
Hey.
We have spoken every option with Durance. I can't believe it's over. that was a lot, Diana. I'm just kidding, by the way. I loved it. It's very well written, very well acted. I think, though, there is probably like 2 or 3 companions worth of text there. Like if you look at the other characters. This one is longer than any other. So we did get the quests for Gravius. Find a druid who knows more about the Autumn Stelgar. Gravius revealed that he was cast out of his circle because they considered his spirit shift form, the Autumn Stelgar, an abomination. He wants to learn more about it and feels that there may be a druid in Twin Alps who would know more. Okay, so this is also going to be done in Act 3. I don't need this anymore. That was a lot.
Not as beautiful as the...
A lot of reading.
Your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
Should I... Yes, you can answer this question, chat. Should I even attempt the new 2 bounties? Or are they something for higher levels, like White March Part 2? Wait, where am I? I'm in the wrong place. Medium shield, winter winds, bash, spurb. Sure, I'll buy it. Why not? New bounties are White March Part 2. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, we are not attempting them now. We are going to attempt them when we attempt the dragon. Before the dragon, maybe. We'll see. Did I enter the correct building? I'm not sure. Alright, let's wake the thief up.
Something I can do for you?
Awaken, Gregor,
Halfrick's got me
and
straightening
remember
the
your
rooms,
theft from
but
the
I'll help you if I can.
You ruined it, Ovina. I was trying to be dramatic and cool here. And you ruined by continuing to talk. Okay, awaken.
Who? I don't...
Her face goes slack, and she looks for a second as if she's fallen asleep. But her eyelids flutter, and after several seconds, they open to slits. Olot raises his hand to his mouth, his face frozen in horror.
Thief? I'm the captain of the guard. Best be careful where you sling an accusation like that.
Show some remorse. You abused your position and the trust of your people.
I performed my duties as captain. And if the honored coinmaster Zoltan can sell Durgan steel, why shouldn't I? Say, you looking for a deal? Because I can make deals.
Look around. You are in no position to make demands.
I see.
Her expression flickers, but she otherwise hides her surprise.
You have me at a loss. And yet this is not a loss entirely.
She looks herself over, holding out her arms and feeling the fabric of her clothing. I need to reach Durgan's battery. The contact, please.
Hammers of Durgan, ring loud. May the anvil's deep music resound. Walls of the battery safeguard our works from marauder and wilder alike. Abidun's faithful travail by the forge, and the fires that brighten the ore. If anyone asks, you didn't hear it from me. Got that? Now.
Owina doubles over, sneezing hard enough to scatter dust across the floor. She looks back at you, wiping at her watering eyes.
Beg your pardon for going on so. I got carried away and...
Oh, now we ruined her life.
What was that I said? About hammers and fires and...
You are awakened. You share the soul of a guard captain from Durgan's battery.
You must be joking. How could that happen?
I awakened you. I needed information about the battery.
I can't be awakened. That means...
She takes a step back, covering her mouth with her hands.
Andres Tides, I'm stuck with him.
Her body goes rigid, every muscle tensing. She stands there, frozen in shock, until a sly look warms her eyes. The thaw creeps down her shoulders and torso until at last she speaks again, her voice as smooth as oil.
It's not all bad, Owina. Way I see it, you and me can make some deals. To our mutual benefit.
I don't like this. She cranes her neck, taking in the dark room.
Deals? What do you want from me?
Her voice trembles.
For you, not from you. I'm thinking it's time we got a raise. I don't know about that. Halfrick's a bit of a miser, he is.
Owina's anxious frown replaces Gregor's confident smile.
Don't you worry about Halfrick. I've got something else in mind.
No, is he going to kill Halfrick and take it in over? Something like that? Owina falls into a look of deep contemplation as she and Gregor continue in silent conference. What did I do? Did I do the right thing? The other one was worse though, a psychopath basically. A lawful psychopath. Killing soldiers who had second guesses. But then we awakened an asshole instead. A thief. A plotter. Oh, I don't know. There is no good choice though. They are both terrible people. Well, Harrick, you should be careful.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do?
You should be careful, my dude. I kind of want to see the other one as well. I might go with this choice, but never mind. I'm not going to do that. I wanted to reload and talk to the other one to see what the conversation would be like. Just out of curiosity, but never mind. It's not going to. I can save it for a second playthrough. I wonder what's going to happen. I feel like I've made a mistake. I am not sure if starting Dorgan's battery today is the best idea. Let's open the door and I'll make a final decision then. I'd like to go on for a bit more, but I'm hungry and tired, honestly. The gilded panel shows an image of a crenellated wall and an iron anvil that you socketed into place. Okay, so I don't remember, I wasn't paying attention. Hammers of Dorgan ring loud, may the anvil's deep music resound. Distantly, you hear the melodic chime of metal on metal and the low chorus of a work song. Strike the anvil relief. As you do, a single ringing tone whistles through the air. Your hand buzzes and vibrates like struck metal. When you look back at the relief, the panels on either side of the wall and anvil have come alive. Ogres and warriors of all races gather for battle, their shapes and silhouettes formed by flaring, old beat patterns. Tiny figures move and dance, animated by the flicker and blaze of an unseen fire. Walls of Battery safeguard our works from Marauder and Wilder alike. I think this was the third one. You hear the heavy thud of some kind of mechanism loosening behind them. Strike the warriors. Good night, Parrot. Thanks for being here. I'll see you next time. Have a great rest. The buzz of the essence phase and the relief reversed its origins. Okay, we made a mistake. Strike. Hammers of Dargon. Strike and with relief. Also battery. Press the panel. Hey, do we have it written? Hammer, wall, Abaddon. Thanks for the lurk. Have a great sleep, Parrot. Have a great rest. Push the crenellated wall relief. It slides easily with the slightest pressure from your fingers. You guide it up and over the anvil relief, where it clicks into place. Beneath it is a deep cavity, shaped like a dragon's gaping jaws. Abaddon's faithful travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. Warm air gusts from the open mouth, tingling your cold, numbed face. Oh no, stick your finger? Stick your weapon? Examine the mouth more closely. The heat blowing from the mouth prevents you from getting too close, but the rim of the cavity and the tiny teeth surrounding it are blackened with soot. You accidentally inhale some of the vapor. It's odorless, but it leaves you lightheaded. You also notice that the dragon's tongue is a fire striker. It's hinged and attached to a chunk of meat. Press the dragon's tongue to light a fire in the mouth. Fire catches the warm vapor with a billowing whoosh. The dragon's eyes are alight, and flames lick at the edges of his mouth. A few seconds later, the panel is sliding away from you as the two enormous doors swing open into a grand hall. Open the sealed doors of Dorgan's Battery as humans. Oof. So let's take it. Let's take some.
It feels even colder in here. Something isn't right.
The statue of Abaddon is mottled and tarnished, but each bolt and rivet appears crafted with meticulous detail.
Isn't this something?
We earned this. Durgan's steel has lined our halls in gold.
Your vanity dishonors Abidan and cheapens us all.
These weapons are ours. Or have you two forgotten how to hold a sword?
Did anyone else see talking spirits?
It's not just us. Everyone saw it. That is interesting. This goes up. Stairs.
I see where you're going with that. There. What did I tell you?
Damn you both! My generation built this keep to honor Abidan, not to further your greed and ambition.
We're Pergrunen. Our forefathers explored and conquered, but you've stuck us in this frigid hall.
Paved with gold and marble. I won't allow us to abandon our legacy for your delusions.
No, you'll peddle it away to line your pockets. How much have you made selling our steel, Zoltan?
Again with your lies. You think I don't hear you turning the others against me? These walls echo, and...
Enough! I'll send the Forge Guardians on both of you if that's what it takes.
Okay.
I see where you're going with that.
So they weren't a big happy family, is what I'm understanding. Battery defender. Let's stay away from the combat for a little while. Defense against prone attacks, defense against push attacks. Actually, I do like it. I do like it for Adair.
Hey.
A third one. Potion of power. Mithril heads. Or not. Oh, Gravius has. Max though. Okay, that is scary. Slightly.
Get out! Out!
Huh? What is that? Prevent death for 20 seconds. Interesting.
Yes?
Thing isn't doing the job. You're not getting through me.
Okay, they are not that difficult.
That's not very helpful.
Varathis! Sacre food! Gotcha! Will be made on
Leave it to
Diamonds. Esteemed Coinmaster Zoltan, I write to you in anger and bafflement. Have I not been a faithful customer to you? Have I not been fair in my dealings? Yet, after all of our business together, your people turned me away like some filthy beggar. I arrived at the battery a fortnight ago, frost in my beard and not a morsel in my belly. Barely had I unhitched the horses when your commandant Exandru came to meet me. The priest told me that I would be made welcome, but my profane business would not. In short, I would have to leave at first light, my wagons empty. Certain that this was but a negotiating tactic, I told Exandru that I would of course see him compensated along with you. He left in a huff, and when I presented myself at the door, it was Commandant Maroon, your arms warden, who met me. She told me to leave at once, and she wouldn't have my coin-grabbing hands tarnishing Durgan steel. Now, I appreciate forceful bargaining as much as any member of coin, but I was cold, hungry, and put off by her vehemence. So I showed her the letter you had sent inviting me to examine your latest stock of Durgan steel. Commandant Maroon drove a rapier through the letter and sliced it in two. She then warned me that her blade, a fine weapon indeed, would be the last I ever laid eyes on if I did not hike back down the mountains at once. Hike, it should be hike. Or is this a word? Never have I endured such humiliation and expense only to return home empty-handed. I do not understand what has passed between you and your associates, but I urge you to take charge. I fear that other commandants will be your undoing indeed, and that all of Durgan's battery, if you do not deal with them swiftly and decisively. Yours, Mestre Aneto of Cesaro. Here is a current accounting of this month's production. 20 long swords, 15 axes, 12 hammers, 7 maces, 2 flails. 7 full suits of armor, 4 forge guardians, 3 additional suits of armor. If the commandants remark on the production rates, kindly remind them that we received 3 different work orders from them. Weasel, Master Smith of Durgan's Battery. A note in another hand is written at the bottom of the page. What does Exandru need with so many forge guardians? Keep an eye on it. Wait, that was a small mistake. You think you glimpse flickers of movement in this tarnished clouded mirror. You think I see.
Of course.
Battery priests.
Hey there. Bullseye!
What? That's it! Gotcha!
That's not very helpful.
Parathis!
Owen!
Bullseye!
Most of these crates barrels are empty and several are overturned. It looks as if they were cleared out in a hurry. Oh, another of these. Nice, nice. Bill of Sale. You unroll the scroll and see an inventory of weapons and armor, swords, shields, breastplates, and helms. All are listed as Soltel, Lucan of Dunrid. The bill is signed by Commandant Zoltan, Coinmaster of Durgan's Battery.
Of course.
And what do we have here?
Revival.
He's a traitor to the battery.
Where did I have the revivals here?
This calls for a subtle touch.
What? Oh. Deleterious potion. Someone had some. Betrayal.
Hey.
Encased within a thick sheet of ice, this dwarven corpse has been remarkably preserved, though his features are obscured by the frost. Clutched in the dwarf's hands is a large, cloth-wrapped bundle, perhaps a pack. Use your hammer and chisel to break the satchel. You chip away steadily at the ice. Progress is slow, but in time great chunks of ice begin to fall away, along with occasional gobbets of cloth and frozen flesh. At last, with an alarming cracking sound, the satchel emerges. Look inside. The contents of the satchel are largely unharmed. You find a handful of stamped coins, some papers, and a scroll, along with a heavy iron key. Further searching uncovers nothing else.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Hey, Bijanart. Welcome in. Good to see you as usual. Maroon's getting suspicious. I've got her sniffing after Zoltan for the time being, but she'll keep an eye on me. I had the lads put the last shipment in with the coal in a cart across the tracks. I'm counting on you to make sure it gets topside. You don't mind getting your hands dirty, right?
Hey.
Speak to him like that again, and I will cut you down where you stand.
Ooh, look at the cat. Cat is very good today. Very good.
She'll bring these walls down around us.
Let's go around. I think I'm doing this level before ending this stream. I don't want to leave it half done, and since I started.
That's...
Leave it to...
This isn't working!
Hey.
How long before the commandants come to blows?
Did you see the look in Maroon's eye? Exandra would better watch his back. Blood may... Ah!
That's the...
That looked like it hurt.
All right then.
Melee damage bonus. Interesting. I don't think I have anyone for that item though.
Zoltan's the only one with sense. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool.
The bronze statue of
That cheat
Abaddon.
sold our steel and kept the coin himself.
Bronze statue of Abaddon stands over the incense ash and rusted metal.
She won't rest until our corpses decorate the halls.
Ooh. That exploded.
Isn't doing the job.
something?
Why are you taking so much damage? They're both petrified.
Hey there.
This thing isn't...
What's the hurry? Let's relax a while.
Here? You want to relax here? What's wrong with you? You failed to disarm the trap. Perfect.
Sure.
Give me a real challenge.
There is a real challenge. Go on, disarm it. Table shields and collapsed stones have been piled up to form an impassable barricade.
Hey.
We've got to survive, by any means necessary.
We'll have blood in these halls before long.
The statue of Abaddon is mottled and tarnished, but each bolt and rivet appears crafted with meticulous detail. Arms Warden Maroon. As you approach the doorway, a wave of essence ripples through the air. The ancient stones grind and groan around you, and a woman's voice echoes from the hall.
Stop right there. You must be some merchant come to speak with Zoltan.
There's a pause in which the woman's wrathful essence gathers like a storm cloud on the other side of the door. The entire room creaks from the pressure of his presence. Who's Zoltan? Another door?
Our illustrious coin master may let you plunder our armory, but I've got other ideas for dealing with your lot.
Her voice is sharp and loud, like the slamming of a door. As her words echo in the chamber, the ghost starts flinch, glancing about in agitation.
Turn and go before I show you how an arms warden deals with trespassers.
What's going on here?
Pargrun quarrels are no business of yours, outsider.
Her tone is as cold and icy as holes around you. Who are you?
I'm Maroon, proud Pargrin and arms warden of Durgan's battery. And you're answering my questions now.
I'm just looking around. I've come to learn the secrets of the White Forge.
I'll have our finest steel lodged in your corpse. Will that satisfy you? Now, let our coin master and our chief curate see the true purpose of Durgan's steel.
There's a hiss, a grating noise, and the click of something sliding into place on the other side of the door. The ghosts turn their heads and lock eyes with you, shrieking and howling. Wait, did you have to fight? Come on. It's happened again.
What?
It's fine. Stunned and frightened.
Yes.
How did I manage that?
That's not very helpful.
Hey.
What's the hurry? Let's relax a while.
Of course.
Hello? Hello?
Let's check the other room.
He'll regret this.
Do not remove any equipment from the armory without permission from Arms Warden Maroon or Captain Gregor. Sure. I won't. Bergen iron ingots. I'm sure I'll be attacked or something bad will happen. As it has twice before, your vision blurs and fades to black. When it returns, you find yourself on your knees, a shattered sword in your hand and a broken, battered helm in your front of you. Your helm. You can feel blood pouring down one side of your face, and you know for certain that you will never see out of your left eye again. Arrayed around you is in a circle are other warriors, some from your tribe, the rest from an enemy tribe. They watch the combat in silence. You're going to die, old man. Your opponent is brash, but young and strong. You still think single combat was a good idea? You do. Last winter's famine took a heavy toll on your tribe, but your warriors were in no shape to fend off an all-out attack from its enemies. Single combat was your tribe's only option, but not if you do. Once again, the world stops, and memories trail awaiting your guidance. Pretend to pass out, and then, when he thinks he has won, you keel over, surreptitiously grabbing one of the broken horns of your helm as you do. You lie there, eyes closed, listening for your opponent's approach, trusting in his arrogance to come within striking distance. Pathetic. You hear the crunch of the other warrior's feet near your head. In a flash you strike, driving the horn upwards into your foe's unarmored groin. He howls in agony, but you keep striking again and again until he's silent. The enemy warriors snarl and shout when they see their champion fall, but soon leave your village peaceful, bound by the combat's results. Yes, it's all coming back. My sister, my reign, my end. Oh, Garrett looks at his own spectral form with a sad surprise in his eyes, watching it in fade. But I've only just seen it. There's been so little time and know what to make of it all. To know. Farewell, Garrett. He sighs. The wheel has no patience, it seems. I entrust my helm to your care. You find Garrett's helm in your hands, whole and unbroken. Farewell, my friend. Let's see what this is. I've been very curious about this since we found the first piece. +3 might retaliation. So it's not a soulbound item. I'm sort of heartbroken. I mean, it's good. I don't know if it's better than Hermit Set for Kana. And for others, it's definitely useless. Oh well. It was a good story at least. +3 might good for big damage. Yeah, but you know, who is going to use it? I don't have a melee damage dealer. All my damage dealers are ranged. The tanks, they probably need other helms. It is good for damage, that's for sure. 50% experience. Amaya's Codex. Grand item, major item. Yeah, that's true, but it also has retaliation, right? Retaliation is only useful if you're attacked. So you would want a frontliner to use it. Otherwise, it is half of the the stats on the items are wasted. I mean, you're right. You're right, but I think I will take a look at the helmets again, but I think what I have right now is better. Anyway, the famous and wealthy Rautai scholar Amaya has been compiling a massive codex of Iora's varied legends over her long life, pulling from Amama sources as well as Adir, Old Valia, and Ixamic plains, and Nasdaq. The work is truly gargantuan, spanning thousands of pages. While she has had scribes busy for the last 2 decades copying her current body of work, a few folk tales have remained out of her reach. She has attempted to contact the elder Glenfallen of the White Hat that went, arrange a special meeting with the Adir Ines Sigtrua, and sit among the most revered Rio of Air Glenfath. In all attempts, she has been unsuccessful due to various threats that stand in her way. These last subjects will be the final chapters of her life's work, and she is seeking experienced adventurers to assist her. Let's assign Legina as usual.
Hey.
So what do we have right now? Stealth perception, this could be changed, but Durance is my in terms of damage dealing, Durance is the least useful. Maybe actually, you know, I can let go of +2 Constitution, and I will also gain back my resolve and intellect. So if I switch from this item to the one I just found, it will be 1 might, 2 intellect, 2 resolve, gains, 2 con lost. Might also affects healing. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, now that makes things interesting. That makes things interesting. But I think I will go with Ravis, so that I lose these penalties as well. Yeah, thank you for making me take another loot. I was convinced what I had was better for some reason.
Of course.
Plus, we stat items aren't very easy to come by. Yeah, definitely. Fine meal, knockdown. Wait. Oh, interesting. Gives you knockdown. Burn, freeze, damage reductions. Damage reductions, endurance, speed, crit damage taken. I could. I don't know. I don't know. Let's put it here. I will think about it later.
Hey.
You cannot disarm the trap. Do I
Hey.
wish to trigger it? Yeah, sure.
How about we take a break?
Hey.
It's a medium shield. Where are all the unique large shields? Grants trust of the tethered wheels on critical hits. Extra damage on critical hits. 10% of ranged attacks reflected back at the attacker. Who knew Adair was so good at disabling? Yeah, he's the best. He's the best for sure. So if we give this thing superb, I don't even know where to find Adra Dragon Scale. I mean, I guess I can give it exception. If I do that, I will gain 4 accuracy, lose 4 deflection. What am I looking at? I will gain 4 accuracy, lose 4 deflection. I will gain this very cool property, 10% of range attacks reflected back. And this thing also. So maybe it's time to switch away from the larger door. If I give this an exceptional enchantment. Go for what looks the best. Then it's definitely the larger door, right? Look at it. Look at it. Isn't it amazing for a ship? Hey, here again, Sora. Good to see you again. No, this clearly is much better. It was a good run with the larger door. Yeah, as much as it lasted, it was great for sure. I mean, this shield looks amazing also, in my opinion. New shields goes well with that armor. True, I agree. Now, there is very bright right now. Basically, our first real magic item. Yeah, true. It was one of the first that we found. It lasted a very long while. I'm happy with it. Okay. Okay then.
Of course.
Let's trigger this also.
I'm shooting for the wheel.
Hey.
What happened to him? Let's rest. Take this. We're trying battling that winter dragon again. No, not yet. I won't do that for a while.
Light in dark places.
I am leaving some of the encounters behind, postponing them until the next time I come here. I'm going to finish the first part of White March. I'm going to do more main quests. You know, the vanilla game main quests. When I come back for the second part of White March, I will try the dragon
Easy
again.
does it. There. What
Nice.
did I tell you?
What did you tell me? I don't know. Did you tell me something? I don't know. Continue past the mines. So I have a feeling this is okay. This is a very big map, and it says past the mines. So I'm expecting, totally expecting to be more maps here. So I think this is a good place to stop for today. We will continue from where we left off right here tomorrow. But yeah, today has been slightly tiring. We will try to finish the White March tomorrow. The first part, see if we can do it or not. And we are going to raid. We are going to raid our good friend Banana Hammock Club, who is having a 12-hour birthday / charity stream. And he's great. And the stream is very meaningful itself. It is a donation charity stream, collecting donations for the Be the Match Foundation. And yeah, let's go say hi, spread some love, and enjoy his stream. He has some cool and funny donation incentives going on. I think he's going to do the 1 chip challenge soon, if he hasn't already done it. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, thank you for being here today. I really appreciate your presence, keeping me company, and you know, helping me when I need, chatting away, lurking, enjoying however you enjoy the stream. It's good to have you, and I'm thankful for it. Tomorrow, more Pillars of Eternity, and then on Tuesday, I will be playing Opposing Force. Wednesday, I'm not streaming, taking this Wednesday off. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow, or whenever you can come back. But hope to see you soon again. Until we meet again, take care of yourselves and be well. And for now, goodbye.